Good morning, everybody. You heard the bell, very important. When the bell rings, you have to be here. Mrs. Speaker, distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, I'm honored to open the 24th session of the Inter-Parliamentary Conference on the Common Foreign and Security Policy and Security and Defense Policy. Welcome. I hope everyone had a safe travel to Bruges. And I hope you will have the time to enjoy this beautiful city with the wonderful streets, the canals, and our fantastic cultural heritage. But let me first walk through some practical issues. All the thematic sessions will take place in this room and be organized in the same way. Details about the simultaneous translation and the use of Wi-Fi you will find on the instruction sheet on your table. And when you push floor, that will be English. Very important, and maybe you discovered already, the permanent coffee counter. It's at your disposal back on the side room, where you can keep following the conference room also from the screen. So there will be no pause, so you can take your coffee when you want. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's start. And I hope you will enjoy the sessions, and I'm looking forward to all your contributions. And now I will first give the floor to Stephanie Doze. She is our Speaker of the Belgian Senate. You have the floor.
Dear Els, dear colleagues, dear members of Parliament, ladies and gentlemen, it is with a great pleasure and with a big honor that I welcome you in Bruges. And I hope really that many of you had already the chance to discover this really magnificent city, which has been rightfully named as a UNESCO World Heritage. Bruges is really a crown jewel of Belgium and European history. It is a testament to the rich culture that unites our continent. This is a place where European story is being told through art, through architecture and living memories. And now, dear colleagues, I want you to take a moment. Take a moment to reflect and imagine that it is all gone. No belfry, no cathedral, no 14th century paintings, no museums, no schools where local history is taught, no tourists discovering our common cultural identity. And then, imagine a foreign power marching through this city, stripping away all signs that once we were European, tearing down all buildings and replacing school books with an alternative history. What would you say then? You would say then that this is a cultural genocide. Well, my dear colleagues, this is exactly what is happening today in Ukraine. Wherever Russian boots touch the ground, Ukrainian culture is erased. Artifacts are destroyed or displaced. And even worse, children are being kidnapped and brainwashed. When I went to Kiev last year, I visited the St. Sophia Cathedral. In the cathedral stands the tomb of Yaroslav the Wise, one of the greatest leaders of the 10th century Kievan state, stretching from the Black Sea up to the frozen woods of Karelia. In those days, Kiev built its cathedrals, while Moscow was only a provincial village. And yet few Russians today would be able to tell you that, because Putin has rewritten history to make it match his ideology. And right now, he is using brutish force to impose his delirium on innocent sovereign nations. And dear colleagues, make no mistake, the Russians did not stop at Crimea. They did not stop at Donetsk. And they will not stop at Kiev. Putin is not just a modern Tsar seeking some territorial enlargement. He is an ideological warmonger who has made the mere existence of foreign countries into a threat to Russia, because in absence of any good domestic policy, he needs war for his own political survival. And in absence of any logical arguments for this war, he needs brainwashing to gather support. Both his wars and his brainwashing are spilling over today into our European Union. The threat of undermining the peace and prosperity that our union has built over the past 70 years has never been larger. Even more so, because Europe stands as a lonely beacon of stability in an increasingly unsafe world. Gaza, Sudan, Ethiopia, Yemen. There are more than 100 armed conflicts being battled out today. And they are all wars against freedom. They are all wars against democracy, because democracy means dialogue. It means that you choose the cooperation over the battlefields. And China, Saudi Arabia, and Iran are emerging as dominant regional powers, disturbing the balance we have known for decades. They are offering political, military, and financial support beyond their immediate regions and thereby buying loyalty. To paraphrase a foreign leader, when the Chinese come, we get a new hospital. When the Europeans come, we get a lecture. Our international leadership is being challenged. As a consequence, but just as worrying, we see an international decline in trust in our democratic institutions. The United States, who once were Europeans' safeguards, are more and more consumed by their own domestic troubles. And the Economist Democracy Index of the state of democracy in the world shows, year after year, a steady decline. In a year where 80 countries, it's about the half of the world's population, will head to the polls. So here, my dear colleagues, here we have it. Military threats, security concerns, and an ideological infiltration of illiberal ideas here, in the birthplace of democracy here in Europe. So must I stress how important this conference is? And I know I must not worry. I know that these issues have been on the top of your agenda for many, many years. And also, as Europeans, we know that crises can be solved and even accompanied by opportunities. Because of one thing we can be sure. The European people look at us. They look at us, the members of parliament, for answers. Our discussions, they can and they will bring solutions, because we are still united by the vision of a future where peace, democracy, and prosperity guide the world. Those three goals can only be obtained by coherent and effective foreign policy, security policy, and defense policy. I wish you, dear colleagues, fruitful debates, which will surely be inspired and enriched by the magnificent backdrop of this city. Our continent counts really much on you. And finally, dear colleagues, to make up for not choosing the Belgian Federal Parliament for these discussions, we have made this video to show you where we usually work for our citizens. I thank you for your attention.
Welcome to the Belgian Federal Parliament. It's a pity we can't welcome you in our building in Brussels, because the Belgian Parliament is a charming and open house, conducive to debate and meetings, which makes politics accessible to everyone.
Les séances sont ouvertes, les commissions sont ouvertes au public, mais les gens ne le savent pas toujours. Du coup, on fait venir le contenu à eux par les réseaux sociaux.
The Belgian Federal Parliament aims to be an inclusive parliament, reflecting the population it represents. Since 2019, for the first time in Belgium's history, both chambers have been presided over by a woman. Furthermore, we work and debate in both Dutch and French. The Belgian Federal Parliament is one of the only multilingual parliaments in the European Union.
Ja, de charme van België en Brussel zit in hun meertaligheid. Dus als tolken zorgen wij ervoor dat elke senator of elk Kamerlid zijn eigen taal kan spreken.
The Belgian Federal Parliament consists of two chambers, the House of Representatives and the Senate. Together, they form Belgium's federal legislature.
Toutes les réunions parlementaires sont visibles sur le site internet de la Chambre en direct et là vous pouvez choisir directement sur lachambre.be.
Green is the color of the House of Representatives. This is where laws are made and where we control the federal government and the budget. This is where we make policy.
Tijdens het vragenuurtje in de Kamer krijgt iedereen 2 minuten spreektijd, geen uitzonderingen. Iedereen is gelijk voor de wet.
The color of the Senate is red. This is a place of reflection and of meeting between the three language communities in all transparency.
Wij tikken alles uit, inderdaad. Alles wat er gebeurt, alles wat er gezegd wordt in de vergaderingen. Dat wil zeggen dat alles wat er gebeurt in de zaal terug te vinden is in het integraal verslag.
The Belgian Federal Parliament is a fascinating place where hundreds of people are passionately committed to democracy.
J'habite au Parlement. J'ai grandi ici en tant que fils de concierge. Et maintenant, depuis 22 ans, je suis moi-même concierge. C'est un privilège. C'est capable de parler de la nation, ça représente le peuple. Et donc, c'est quand même un grand privilège de pouvoir vivre ici et d'être domicilié ici.
This is a place where the past is cherished.
Het federaal parlement van België is een van de enige 3 parlementen in de wereld met een eigen bijaard.
But it's also the place where we prepare for the future.
Au Parlement fédéral, nous tenons compte de la planète et donc je roule 100% électrique.
The Belgian Federal Parliament is an open house for debate and meeting. The future of Belgium starts here.
Verschillende scholen vanuit heel België kruipen eigenlijk in de rol van een echte parlementariër. En wij proberen eigenlijk de jongeren zoveel mogelijk te stimuleren om het woord te nemen. Dat is wel een stap voor heel veel, maar eens dat ze die stap hebben gezet, zijn ze eigenlijk on fire om in het leven te kruipen van een echte parlementariër.
You saw the nice working place of Mrs. Speaker and myself, but we are here now. It's also very nice over here, but it's also worthy visit also in Brussels when you're there. So I'd like to thank Mrs. Speaker for her introduction, and now I will ask Mr. David McAllister, Chair of the European Parliament Foreign Affairs Committee, to take the floor. The floor is yours, David.
Thank you, Els, for giving me the floor. Madam Speaker, Madam Minister, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues. As Chair of the European Parliament's Committee on Foreign Affairs, it is also my pleasure and honour to welcome you here in Bruges, for this 24th edition of the Inter-Parliamentary Conference, IPC, for our common foreign and security policy, as well as for our common security and defence policy. It is organised in the framework of the parliamentary dimension of the Belgian presidency of the Council of the European Union. So let me first of all, on behalf of all participants, thank our colleagues from the Belgian Federal Parliament, with both its chambers, for organising this event and for hosting us. I extend my appreciation especially to Madam Stephanie Doos, the Speaker of the Senate, and Madam Els van Hoof, Chair of the Foreign Affairs Committee of the House of Representatives, for your kind welcome and for bringing us together in this beautiful historic town of Bruges. I'm also particularly pleased to welcome so many colleagues from the national parliaments. Dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, needless to say, we are going through extremely challenging times with wars in Europe and in our immediate neighbourhood. This is a real geopolitical shift. How we respond is not just an ordinary policy choice. How we respond will determine nothing less than the fate and the future of our continent and our European Union. The CFSP and the CSDP are at the heart of this response, and it is our joint responsibility to help make that happen. These policies aim to enhance and protect the rules-based international order without a set framework in which states interact. Peace and prosperity are seriously at risk. So defending the international rules-based order should therefore be the top priority. If states choose to blatantly violate this order, we have no choice but to act. I sincerely hope, like I guess all of you, that one day the Russian Federation will stop its aggressive expansionist tendencies and return to the international order. But until then, we need to stand firm and we need to stand united. Our unwavering support to Ukraine is part of this response. The European Union has just agreed on the Ukraine facility, providing Ukraine with 50 billion euros to mitigate the unprecedented challenge of a country at war. Yet, we need to do more. Together with our partners, we all, on both sides of the Atlantic, need to stand shoulder to shoulder with Ukraine, not only for as long as it takes, but whatever it takes. To withstand the threat of a rules-based order, we as European Union should also step up our game. We are known for our soft power. We are very soft. We are known for our soft power based on democratic values, and rightly so. But our soft power needs a hard shell. It needs to be complemented by increased cooperation on security and on defense. This is how we can solidify our hard power and protect our soft power. Colleagues, we urgently need stronger and smarter defense cooperation in the European Union. Member states need to procure jointly to improve the interoperability of our armed forces and to reduce costs for our taxpayers. The EU Defence Industry Reinforcement Act, EDIRPA, is an important starting point, but we know it is far from enough. We must help the European defence industry increase its production capacity to ensure that not only our armed forces, but more importantly, the Ukrainian armed forces are better equipped. Also in that regard, we made a first step with the Act in support of ammunition production, ASAP, but we definitely need to go further with the future European Defence Investment Programme and by establishing a well-funded Ukraine Assistance Fund under the European Peace Facility. Having said all this, a stronger, a more autonomous, united and strategic European defence and security policy should reinforce and, under no circumstances, undermine transatlantic cooperation and NATO. NATO was, NATO is, NATO will remain the cornerstone of our transatlantic security and defence cooperation. Therefore, having Sweden and Finland join NATO is an excellent step, and I am particularly glad that also the Swedish membership has now finally been settled. This is a real added value for NATO. And many countries, including my own home country, Germany, are at last committing to the 2% spending target of NATO. This needs to be the new real minimum, not maximum. Finally, a word on the horrific situation in the Middle East, on which we will have the chance to hold an urgency debate this afternoon. I'm sure all of us realize how extremely sensitive this topic is, and I do hope our discussions will reflect the responsibility we all have towards finding viable solutions. There is certainly a particularly urgency to break the cycle of violence, avoiding a regional escalation, as well as relaunching the peace process. Finally, in the broader region, it is good to see the European Union is taking responsibility. Following the Houthi attacks on commercial shipping off the coast of Yemen, I welcome the launch of the Maritime Security Operation Aspides under the Common Security and Defence Policy, and in close cooperation with regional actors and international partners, especially the United States and the United Kingdom. This is a necessary step to address the maritime security situation from the Red Sea to the Gulf of Aden. So, colleagues, I am looking forward to interesting panels and debates. Let me once again thank our Belgium hosts for the excellent cooperation and preparation, and I wish us all an excellent conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you, David, for your wonderful speech. Dear Minister, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, good morning. I'm truly delighted to welcome you on the 24th Inter-Parliamentary Conference as part of the Belgian presidency of the EU. As I was preparing for today, I was reminded that I got my first real job in '93, when Belgium was holding also the EU presidency. I was a junior assistant to a minister. It was the start of my career. And the EU has provided me personally with great opportunities and has brought peace, stability, and prosperity for decades to millions of others. But today, we cannot be unaware of the turbulent seas the EU is facing. We would fool ourselves by stating the contrary. But how to calm Europe's turbulent waters? Allow me to use the words of the late Jacques Delors. In Europe, you will need the firefighter, but also the architect. Indeed, many challenges are awaiting architects. And the challenges are manifold, including the migration crisis, the brutal invasion in Ukraine, and the appalling conflict in Gaza, triggered by Hamas' horrible attacks. More than ever, the EU must work towards ending this humanitarian tragedy, because whether you live in Gaza, Rafah, Ascalon, or Tel Aviv, a perspective of sustainable peace is needed. Reason why the Troika decided to organize also this afternoon an urgent debate on the matter during this conference. So the question in front of us is how to lead Europeans ship through these turbulent waters. Clearly, business as usual is not the answer. We need a union that is more resilient and capable of defending itself, not only economically, but also militarily within NATO. At the same time, the EU should be able to react more swiftly to high waves. This will require an open discussion on the use of qualified majority in foreign and security policy. And the Belgian presidency is keen to address these topics, and let us discuss them profoundly over the next 2 days. Dear colleagues, a conference on the EU's foreign and security policy should go beyond discussing our own procedures and problems. We must equally look to address the needs of our like-minded neighbors. The support for Ukraine is a priority for the Belgian presidency. And during my visit to Kiev last weekend on the 24th of February, and I see a lot of colleagues which are also chairing the different committees of foreign affairs which were in the delegation, we saw with our own eyes how Ukraine stays in the fight to uphold the values of democracy, freedom, and the rule of law, our European core values. How could we not help them? But with sympathy, they can't stop tanks. And we sent a lot of sympathy and goods, but not enough support that matters to win the war on the battlefield. And as President Roosevelt said, speak softly and carry a big stick. You will get far. Nobody wants war, but military strength is needed when things go diplomatically wrong. The EU is leading by example. compared to the US, by providing €50 billion financial support for Ukraine facility to mitigate the impact of war. But on the military level, too little, too late is not an option. Yes, we need to reinforce our European defense industry, but on very short notice, we have to address our own national stocks of ammunition for immediate use on the battlefield, and financially join the Czech initiative for a joint purchase of shells on the global market. Dear colleagues, let us be very clear. Ukraine's ultimate victory will consist of nothing less than a full accession to our European family. In that regard, we can only applaud the adoption of the enlargement package on the 8th of November of last year. But such an enlargement can only be successful if the EU's internal structures have been evolved to be able to absorb this enlargement. We need a union that is future-proof in all facets. Dear colleagues, the Belgian presidency is also aiming to intensifying cooperation with our African neighbors, and rightfully so. It is no option for the EU to abandon this region. Others are more than eager to fill in this void. China, for instance, recently opened a leadership school in Tanzania. We all know what they will teach there. Clearly not democracy or human rights. The EU is presented with a clear choice. Or we remain committed to multilateralism and cooperation with our southern neighbors, or we give free way to the rise of authoritarianism and further instability in Africa. Distinguished guests, esteemed colleagues, to be strong externally, we need stronger societies, stronger citizens, and stronger democracies internally. As a former European Council President, Herman Van Rompuy said, the end of the EU and the euro has been predicted many times, but in vain. The EU caravan moves on. Indeed, dear colleagues, let's move on together, not only as firefighters, but also as architects for a better future. I look forward to your insightful contributions. Thank you so much. And now we will start our first session, and I will give the floor to Mark de Mesmaker.
Thank you, and I would invite the Minister. And Ivana. Mr. Koopman. So as you have seen, we have three eminent speakers on their way to the desk here. Ms. Hajar Labib, our Foreign Affairs Minister, Ms. Ivana Klimpuch, who is chair of the Ukraine's integration into the European Union Committee of the Verkhovna Rada, the Ukrainian Parliament, and Mr. Gert-Jan Koopman, who is Director General for Neighbourhood and Enlargement Negotiations of the European Commission. Welcome. Let me start by explaining how this debate will be organized. Our speakers will give their keynote speech to the subject from their respective point of view. And in the meantime, and as from now, in fact, you can request to take the floor afterwards by following the instruction sheet you have found on your table. Remember that to request the floor, you simply need to press the button once. The light on your microphone will turn green. If you push the button a second time, you remove your name from the list of speakers. So remember that. The order of speakers will be that of the registration, first come, first served, apart from little alterations. The speakers' order will be displayed on the screens during the debate. You already see it. The name displayed is that of the speaker's seat, best friends. So please sit on your assigned seat, not in anyone else's. Interventions are made also from your seat. And we will not allow interventions to exceed 90 seconds, so a minute and a half to give everybody the chance to take the floor. The remaining speaking time will be displayed on the screens. Ladies and gentlemen, Els and David and Stephanie have already provided an overview of the context also of this debate in their opening remarks. It's been 10 years since Russia initiated its aggression against Ukraine, starting in Crimea and Donbass, and 2 years since the full-scale war. We're all too familiar with the progression of this conflict, and indeed, a number of colleagues here in this room traveled to Ukraine last week. And as an introduction, just allow me to add a couple of thoughts and observations from my part. After 2 years of war, there is a sense of fatigue. Ukrainians are exhausted, but they remain as resolute as ever in defending their nation against Russian aggression, simply because they are left with no alternative. The situation is dire and the combat intensely fierce, exacerbated by a critical shortage of ammunition and the right weapon systems. Any delay or hesitance in our support translates directly to loss of lives, both on the front lines and in their cities still under attack. Yet they have no choice, because they are well aware of what succumbing to the Ruski Mir, the Russian world, entails. And over the last 2 years, I visited various regions, Ivana knows, including those liberated and deoccupied, initially around Kyiv, later Kherson, Mykolaiv. The Ruski Mir looks like this, ladies and gentlemen. It's mass graves filled with murdered civilians, torture chambers, decimated villages, destroyed schools, hospitals, looted businesses, mine-laden fields, ecocide, and the people who bear the scars of torture, persecution, the abduction of their children. This is why they remain steadfast in their commitment to defend their country and our shared values, and why they are determined to liberate all their territory and their people. I've witnessed myself that our defense systems in their city make a difference. They save lives, a lot of lives. However, drones, cruise missiles, and hypersonic missiles sometimes breach the defenses, causing catastrophic damage to civilian areas, as we have seen in Odessa just recently. Indeed, the situation is grim, and Putin's gamble is that his patience will outlast our patience, believing Russia is more committed to the conflict than we are. It's already becoming evident in the challenges faced in the US Congress and in some capitals. A final thought. Putin seems willing to sacrifice thousands more of his men without a second thought. He will not blink. Meanwhile, we sit on $300 billion of his frozen assets. Losing this money would significantly impact him, especially if it were used by Ukraine, if it were to be transferred to Ukraine to use it to fight back. But let's now jump in with a contribution of Ms. Haja Labib, our Foreign Affairs Minister. Ms. Minister.
Thank you, Mark de Meersmaker. Dear parliamentarians, ladies and gentlemen, dear all, just let me say first of all that I will speak both French and English, so you can maybe prepare your headset if you need translation. Even if we are here to discuss very important and urgent issues, I hope you will have, or you had the chance to visit this historic city of Bruges, the Venice of the North, as we said, with its cobblestone streets, canals, and swans. And talking about these swans, we can start maybe by plunging into a legend back in the 15th century, an anecdote that is particularly relevant as we discuss resilience and freedom. Legend has it that Maximilian of Austria, who once ruled this city, was imprisoned by the city's resident. And to make a long story short, let's say that these citizens were avid for freedom and autonomy. In retaliation, Maximilian of Austria transformed the swans of his coat of arms, symbol of the city's wealth, into hundreds of real swans, and he condemned the inhabitants to take care of them for eternity. True or not, these elegant birds serve as a reminder of Bruges' rich history and its people loves of freedom and autonomy. And this very love for freedom is what the Ukrainian people have demonstrated over the last 2 years. When we, as politicians, discuss the war, our conversations often revolve around strategies, around negotiations, attack plans, and numbers. However, the true narrative of war is about the people living daily under its shadow. It's about those residing in villages and cities marked by the scars of conflict. It's about men, women, and children for whom the threat of war has seeped under their skin. To begin, I believe it's crucial, before anything else, to remember that this war and this horrific violence affect the lives of millions of Ukrainians. Allow me to share the last experience I had with Ukrainians. Last week, I sat down with a group of Ukrainian women and their children who are in exile here in Belgium. I listened to their stories, stories full of resilience, of courage in face of war, of courage and hope amidst despair, stories of escaping during the night, stories that still make them trembling and cry. But at the end of our encountering, they loaned me a traditional Ukrainian songs, a songs of liberty which they've translated into Flemish and French. So they sing it third time with enthusiasm, with joy, and even at the end, we laughed a lot. It was once again a lesson of resilience and adaptation. And all that was only a confirmation also of our long, strong ties and our will to stay side by side with the Ukrainian people until their victory. Je me souviens encore de l'effroi que les premières frappes russes sur l'Ukraine a semé sur tout le continent européen. L'effroi, mais aussi la formidable unité des Européens. Nos États, nos populations ont fait front pour soutenir les Ukrainiens et la population ukrainienne. Et depuis lors, ce soutien est une priorité de notre politique de sécurité et de défense commune. C'est précisément cette unité que la Russie cherche constamment à saboter, à travers une manipulation quotidienne sur les réseaux sociaux et dans les médias, mais aussi via des infiltrations dans les cercles de décision. La Russie poursuit un but précis, semer le chaos par la division, la désinformation et la discorde, nuire à nos intérêts et à nous détourner de nos valeurs. Un jour, on nous parle de prétendus laboratoires américains établis en Ukraine. Un autre, on agite la menace de l'extension du conflit, y compris d'ailleurs par une rhétorique nucléaire irresponsable. Un autre jour encore, on agite la menace que représenterait. I see some people who are raising their hands. Maybe you don't. Sorry?
What is wrong? One, two, can you hear me? Is the translation working now? One, two, is it working? I'm going to say a few words in French just to check whether the translation.
Yes, I say listen.
See? And sometimes the Russians are threatening us with a collapse of Ukrainian economics, which would be detrimental to the EU. Russia has tried on and on again to use energy and food security as levers to bring pressure to bear upon us, upon Africa, triggering more inflation for EU and African citizens. Moscow and their henchmen want us to believe that it would be more reasonable to leave Ukrainians to their fateful destiny. The recent polls demonstrate that those lies, this disinformation trickles down through our societies and serve the revisionist policies of the Kremlin. We are in a run-up to general elections in Belgium and other elections in Belgium. In those times, pre-elections, we need to be aware of this threat. It is all the more essential because we need to take into account a possible review of the US international policies. More than ever, Ukraine needs us to be united and to show solidarity. Let us not become the instruments of a dictatorship that games with our uncertainties, our fears, and our divisions, because nothing would be more detrimental to our safety, to our interest, and to our values and principles. The cost of a victory of Russia will have deep and far-reaching consequences on our societies built on democratic values, starting with those liberties, those freedoms, and those rights we fought so hard to acquire. The Russian power strives on our weaknesses and would like to make the most of our weaknesses. More than ever, at the direct borders of the EU, only 2,000 kilometers away, we need to reduce to the max this risk while supporting Ukraine right here, right now, meet their expectations, their economic, political and military expectation. By the end of 2023 in Belgium, we set up a 1.7 billion euro fund to support Ukraine. And no later than on the 28th of February, we decided to act rapidly when releasing 200 million euros to buy commonly ammunition with some of our partners so that we can provide Ukraine with the means of defending itself as of right. More than 2 years after the start of this war, another risk that is looming over us, and you said so, Mark, that is fatigue, exhaustion, this feeling that this war would never end. This is a narrative that Russia is trying to spread in our minds. On the front line, the situation is dire for the Ukrainians, which needs to reinforce our determination to make the most, to put a rapid end to this war. Earlier in February, the 27 of us adopted the Facility for Ukraine. This is an EU fund earmarked with 50 billion euros and destined to help the Ukraine consolidate its state, its economy, and its resilience. 10 days ago, we adopted a sanction package number 13, actually, with the aim of reducing the capacity of Russia to wage this aggressive war. Since the beginning of the war, more than 2,000 people and entities have been blacklisted in EU and are the target of EU sanctions. We'll keep on applying those sanctions and try and limit to the maximum the possibilities to circumvent those sanctions through third countries. It is essential, and this as soon as possible, to reach at EU level an agreement that will finalize the arrangements of the assistance funds created within the European peace facility, so that we guarantee efficient, reliable, long-term EU military support. This is an urgent need from the Ukraine, and the Belgian presidency is working relentlessly to have this agreement signed up as rapidly as possible. Reinforcing our defense industry is a blatant necessity to help out the Ukraine, but also to boost our own defense possibilities in the EU and as a European partner within NATO. Any war will come to an end at the negotiating table. In the face of Russia's refusal to make any compromise, our priority remains to bring Ukraine to this negotiating table, but stronger than ever. Beyond all the actions I've just mentioned, we'll keep on supporting President Zelensky's peace plan, which is the only acceptable basis for a sustained and fair peace. We will keep on reaching out diplomatically to all our partners when we conduct missions abroad, so that we can unite as many people as possible to this initiative. In Davos at the World Economic Forum, more than 80 countries attended a session dedicated to the Ukrainian peace plan. Ladies and gentlemen, we are entering the third year of war. But let us remember, and others said this before me, a defeat in the Ukraine would also be a defeat for Europe, because the war waged by the Ukrainians to defend themselves is a fair combat, defending our European values and our European ideals. It's about our generation and the next generations. We need to stand united more than ever, more resolute than ever. And I sincerely, from the bottom of my heart, hope that this you will bear in mind through your conversations and throughout your discussions. Thank you very much for your attention.
Merci beaucoup, Madame Labib. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister Labib.
I will give, it's a pleasure to Ms. Ivana Klimpuch, who came all the way from Kiev to testify about the situation in Ukraine. Ivana.
Thank you, dear Chair, dear Ms. Marker, dear Madam Minister, distinguished colleagues. It's a great privilege and honor to address you at this Inter-Parliamentary Conference, and I am grateful to the Belgian presidency for putting the spotlight on this important existential issue for Ukraine, but I also think it is existential for the European Union and for Europe as such. And maybe I should start from, correcting Madam Minister. We are entering the 11th year of the war. It's not the third year of the war. And I wanted to address you when I was thinking, what should I start with? I decided to cite a text message that one of my colleagues, my friends, a civilian Ukrainian analyst who decided to take the weapons back on the 24th of February of 2022, has just recently written to me. He said, you know, Ivanka, you do have a possibility to reach out to Western partners, so I'll allow myself to share some observations. Let's say in one artillery brigade, Soviet type of self-propelled artillery pieces are not firing because the unit is starving of shells. Foreign artillery pieces are prepared to fire only several thousands of rounds, after which their precision fails. For comparison, back in 2015, when we had the most intensive fights in Debaltsevo, we were firing 500 rounds per day. Now, my colleagues are happy when they are getting at least 80 per several days. So this is for you to understand that we are starving of munitions. We are starving of the need to get more weaponry every single day in order to be able to protect ourselves. And at the same time, all of this on the front line is happening. on the backdrop of the every other day Ukrainians mourning their civilian victims across the country. As you have just recently seen in Odessa, 5 children, five children, 4 months old, 8 months old, 2 years old, 8 years old, 10 years old, were found under the debris of the residential building where they were sleeping with their parents when the Russian-fired Iranian drone stopped their lives. So this is our everyday reality that we are living in Europe. We are living this through in Europe that has had the luxury of having a peaceful time of almost 4 generations. And may I say so, colleagues, that we have been all spoiled by a certain level of security. But at this particular moment, I think we should not be making the mistake only of talking, discussing, and debating how to support Ukraine. Because it is about support to every single one of us. It is about support to ourselves. It is about support to Western civilization and defending all Europe. And this is the war against the autocracies, against the axis of evil, where Russia has decided just to take the military leadership at this particular moment. Yes, we do know that Russia wants to subjugate Ukraine, that Russia wants to ensure that Ukraine is capitulating, or at least Russia gets the part of the Ukrainian territory. But all of those who are right now already discussing the possibility of negotiations with Russia should not be forgetting that Kremlin has violated almost all significant agreements, both with Ukraine or with NATO or with European Union, and there's no assurances that even if Russia gets what it wants at this particular stage, it will subsequently not endeavor to physically occupy other territories or be emboldened to use force elsewhere. So, in order to survive, we Ukrainians do have to continue fighting. In order to have the choice, the freedom of choice, the possibility to develop a free, prosperous European democratic nation. But there is no country in the world that would be able to withhold the pressure from Russian Federation and from its allies or its partners, from Iran to North Korea to others, alone. So we need you to back us in our effort. And the Russian theory of victory is plausible only if Ukraine's international partners fail to properly resource and train Ukrainian armed forces. And that's why being immensely, wholeheartedly grateful to everything that you have already delivered, to everything that you have already done, we are definitely seeing the great changes in Europe. We are seeing how there is even probably a positive competition of who gets more support to Ukraine, but at the same time, we are still all together following a very conservative, if I may say so, narrative that it is a Ukraine's war. But it is in our common interest that Ukraine wins this war and that Russia does experience a strategic defeat during this war, and only that will provide for our security. Putin is using all the time strategic ambiguity in this war. Will he or will not he use the nuclear weapons? Will he or will not attack any NATO country? Will he or not unfreeze the Transnistrian hotspot? And unfortunately, we all together are answering with a strategic transparency. I think it is time to also exercise some strategic ambiguity, that he would be pushed to think that the West finally does have the political will to react even stronger with the support to Ukraine. Unfortunately, Russian Federation is already fighting the Third World War. And it is fighting not only in Ukraine and not only with military means, but also using hybrid means in Ukraine, in Syria, in Africa, in your own territories, through cyber, through information, through subversive attacks and subversive activities. And we, at the same time, all still believe that this is just a Ukrainian war, unfortunately. it is not. So we together, we are right now fighting against the man with the axe, but we are responding with a sword and following a very noble, rules of this duel. But that's not how Russia is fighting this war. So when they are torturing our citizens on the occupied territories, when they are turning our lively cities into piles of debris, when they are turning our fertile land into desert, when they are killing our children, our babies, when they are attacking Ukrainian citizens living, just going around about their own lives, many in the West still think that maybe it's not the time that their weapons can be used against legitimate military targets on the territory of the Russian Federation. Many still believe that that maybe not that many instruments have to be given to Ukraine in order to shield itself and European security from this Russian attack. I think that Putin's address in February has actually, in the State Duma, was actually about giving the message to the West that it is the war that he is going to fight with the West and continue fighting with the West. While domestically he explained the need to build a state which is an army state where man's mission will be to die and women's mission will be just to give babies birth, that they would become a cannon fodder. So what else does have Russia do? What else is needed to be experienced in order for all of us to understand that this is our common war and our common victory is needed? So several things are needed from our side, and I will just not get tired of reiterating. The best humanitarian aid to Ukraine is weapons. Please do continue providing weapons to Ukraine. Already yesterday, in much bigger qualities and quantities than you have been doing up till now. We are grateful for everything that has been delivered, but it's not the time to sit and rest on laurels. It is time to ensure that your common production, your common purchasing, your common procurement is upscaled in order to provide Ukrainians with munitions, with air defense possibilities, with weapons, with tanks, with all the instruments that would allow us to stop Russia. Wars are being won by sustainable economies. And that's why we are grateful for the decision on the European Union to approve of the Ukraine facility of 50 billion, because yes, we are trying to use all of our resources and revenues to provide for our security and defense, but we do have to cover other needs of Ukraine so that Ukraine would not become a failed state, as Russian Federation would like to see it happening. And a few more things to round up, dear colleagues. Russian so-called presidential elections are a profanation. And I think we all have to make an effort to ensure that we are not recognizing these elections by the democratic world. We have to make sure that Putin is becoming illegitimate, and he has to become toxic across not only Europe, but also in the global south. I totally agree with Mark that not only proceeds from Russian assets, but the assets themselves have to be transferred to Ukraine, because it is not about violation of the right of ownership. It is not about discreditation of the legal system. It is about justice. Can you imagine that Churchill would think and would debate whether he should or should not use the Nazi Germany assets in order for needs of Britain during the war? I don't think so. So, and last, almost last, we do have to find a consensus on Russian defeat in this particular war. And it's, what is it? And it's not only about borders of Ukraine of 1991. It is about financial, technological impossibility of any Russian aggression across the world. And we have to overcome the fear that inflicting a clear and decisive Russian defeat is a danger for anyone in this room or for anyone in the globe. And last but not the least, Hillary Clinton in Davos. She has said that we don't want to accept what our eyes see, while we have to correspond to realities. And I think that that's the biggest challenge we see today. We have the reality, we have our perception of reality, and we have our actions on the reality that do not match. So we need to ensure that all these three components are getting together in one puzzle, and only then we can ensure that Ukraine, being free, democratic European nation, part of EU, part of NATO, will be a guarantee of your own security, and that you will manage to go through this war paying exclusively by weapons and money, and not by your own lives. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ivana. And last but not least, I'd like to ask Mr. Gert-Jan Koopman, Director General for Neighbourhood and Enlargement Negotiations, the European Commission, to take the floor, please.
I'm sorry, I have to go.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Ladies and gentlemen, honourable members, it's a pleasure and a privilege to speak here at this conference on a subject which, of course, is right at the centre of, I think, every citizen's concerns here in the EU these days, and has also dominated policy making in the past 2 years, rightly so. Now, the Minister and Ivana have spoken a lot about the war and the need to win the war, to not be naive and to ensure that Ukraine has sufficient weapons at its disposal to win the war. Those weapons would have to come from the West. Financial support for equipping Ukraine's military is absolutely indispensable, and I have little to add to that. I would like to concentrate not on winning the war, even if that is the immediate priority, but on winning the peace. And I think there is a link between winning the peace and winning the war, which we are debating in the EU, and I would like to zoom in on that a little bit. One very obvious link is the one to which the Minister has already referred, and everyone on the panel, namely the Ukraine facility, the 50 billion euros fund that the EU has set up to essentially support the Ukrainian economy until the end of 2027. That's essential because without a functioning economy, without economic growth, without returning to levels of prosperity seen before the Russian invasion, it's very hard to see how the country could sustain the war, could sustain recovery after the war the war ends. And therefore, without economic recovery, the war will simply not be won durably. So that is a very important link, and I'll say a bit more about that in a moment. The second anchor is the accession process. It's quite impressive to note that Ukraine applied for EU membership literally days after the brutal invasion started in February 2022. And it's equally, I think, worth recalling that the EU decided to grant candidate status to Ukraine literally months after this request was submitted in June of 2022. Now, the accession process is so important because it puts Ukraine's economy and society on a course towards integration that ultimately gives a perspective on gaining the same way of living, standards of living, and economic prowess that we have become so used to in the West. I think Ivana has rightly talked about how we have lulled ourselves maybe into a degree of comfort when it comes to the security threats. But equally, I would say we have forgotten that the EU, despite all of the challenges we face domestically, the challenges our citizens face, is economically a superpower, and that belonging to the EU is the best hope for acceding countries to find economic stability and to find the possibility to integrate in a bloc whose way of life, whose values are vastly more attractive to citizens across the globe than many of us living in the bloc believe. So I was very touched and impressed when I heard the Ukrainian leadership say that the decision that was taken last year in December by the European Council to open accession negotiations was not just important structurally in the long run for the reasons I mentioned, but actually sent a message of motivation to the soldiers fighting in the front line. And that's another illustration how the long-term perspective, winning the peace as I call it, is directly relevant to winning the war. So let me zoom in a bit on these two crucial elements of the longer-term development, starting with economic recovery. We all know that Ukraine lost about a quarter of its economy in 2022 on account of the brutal aggression, and that had a huge impact, obviously, on the country. Significant support was made available by the West to at least ensure that basic social services could be paid and that the economy could continue to function. Last year, the EU made available 18 billion euros in macro-financial assistance to Ukraine, which together with a sizable contribution from the US and an IMF program helped stabilize public finances, helped stabilize the economy. And it is interesting to note that last year, the fastest growing economy on the European continent was actually Ukraine. It grew by more than 5%. So whilst this is, of course, to a large extent down to the economic support through this budgetary influx, nevertheless, it shows that the country is stabilizing, and that is hopeful. However, the damage done to the country is stupendous. World Bank estimates indicate that losses exceed $300 billion, and reconstruction, therefore, will be a generational endeavor. And this is where the efforts by the international community to coordinate reconstruction work in the context of a G7 donor coordination platform is so important. This is also where the Ukraine facility comes into play, because it isn't just about providing budget support to the government. It's also aimed at providing guarantees and stimulus to private sector investment to ensure that the country can regain its economic prowess and grow faster. It is the largest ever financial envelope set aside for a third country. And when I say third country, of course, I'm wrong, because, as I said, the country has been given not just candidate status, but the decision to open negotiations was taken before this decision was taken to provide the 50 billion euros. So there's a very strong economic anchor. It comes with important reforms, because becoming a member of the EU and putting the economy on a better, more solid basis requires deep reforms. And I'm not just talking about the fight against corruption, the need to make the judicial system more robust, but I'm also talking about essentially providing the economic rule book that characterizes our own economies in the EU 27, that allows the internal market to function, and that would help Ukraine to grow much faster by integrating in that internal market. So the Ukraine facility seeks also to ensure that Ukraine will undertake those reforms, and some of the payments under this facility will be conditional on delivering those reforms. We are eagerly awaiting an economic plan which Ukraine has developed with our assistance, and which is near final, called the Ukraine Plan, which will be their polar North Star to ensure that these reforms are anchored in a strategic endeavor. This plan will form the basis for the disbursements under the facility in the longer run, but we will already this month pay out 4.5 billion euros under the facility in bridge financing. Now, it is clear that with what is happening in the US, challenges remain very significant, and therefore the work that we are undertaking together with other donors to find sufficient support remains very important. We are winning the peace, but we haven't yet won the peace. On enlargement, as I mentioned, a momentous decision to open negotiations. I would like to add that that decision was, of course, incredibly important from a geostrategical, geopolitical perspective. But I should underline that that decision was also really justified on the basis of merit. In other words, on the basis of the reforms which Ukraine itself undertook. We set out back in June 2022 7 conditions to essentially guide the process of enlargement. And by December, Ukraine had largely fulfilled those conditions. I work with many enlargement countries, as you can imagine, but there is no enlargement country where the negotiators on the other side will tell you that they have to cut off the discussions online for a bit because there is a rocket attack, they have to go to a shelter, and nevertheless they simply continue to work undisturbedly and with great motivation and commitment. So this is a truly, I would say, historic achievement which the country has earned itself. Now, enlargement is a process. It is not something that is achieved in just a few months or even in 1 or 2 years. It takes time to rewrite what I call the operating system of a country and to align it with the EU. But Ukraine is very motivated, and our duty is to help the country. So we trust that in the course of this year we will be making significant additional headway. And that, of course, already generates benefits for the country because we have afforded Ukraine access already to parts of the internal market. As you can see these days on the borders of Ukraine, this causes some friction with agricultural workers in other countries. I don't want to comment on the substance of it, but it shows that this access is real. And with the new reforms, with the reforms undertaken to achieve success in the accession process, Ukraine will be able to benefit from these facilities much more. So I would like to conclude on a note of optimism. Ukraine has shown its capacity in the most difficult of circumstances to lay the foundations for winning the peace, and in winning the peace, providing an anchor for winning the war. It's now our duty collectively to support the country and work with it very closely to ensure that this great start actually leads to concrete results in the coming years, and that Ukraine's European future can be anchored through further decisions going forward. So I would like to underline that this is a completely unprecedented situation, but a situation which, despite all the difficulties, we are collectively managing well due to Ukraine's great determination and commitment. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Koopman. We come now to the debate. We have the opportunity to hear from you. We have an extensive speakers list which we are closing now. Again, we have to insist on the 90 seconds or the minute and a half you are given so that everybody can speak and we can accommodate all of you. Apologies if I don't pronounce your names always correctly, but I'll do my best. And I follow the list on the screen. And I start with a member of the European Parliament, Mr. Javier Nart.
En español, ¿es posible?
I'm going to speak Spanish. In the springtime, we realized that we're living in dreams rather than in reality. This is a war that none of the two sides can win. I think that we have to support Ukraine because our own security is at stake. But at the same time, I believe that we have to use the confiscated assets for the Ukraine. But the big question is, are we ready for reality? That is, are we ready for conflicts such as the one in Georgia with the permanently occupied Ukraine? That is the question.
Thank you very much. Thank you for sticking to the time. Next speaker is Ms. Ivana Posavić-Krivec from Croatia.
Poštovani predsjedavajući, uvaženi panelisti, kolegice i kolege zastupnici.
Honorable Chair, esteemed panelists, dear colleagues, 2 years ago, Russia launched a brutal military invasion of Ukraine. In that war, in which Ukrainians are fighting heroically to defend their homes and their right to freedom and independence, they are also fighting for the security of the whole of Europe. If Ukraine failed in its struggle for freedom, it would completely change the geopolitical relations and increase Russia's appetite for Europe. The comprehensive and strong support for Ukraine is the support for universal values, which are also Europe's values of peace, freedom, security, and respect for international law. In these 2 years, we have witnessed barbaric attacks on Ukrainian cities and civilians. This is something that we in Croatia can actually relate to because we understand the Ukrainian struggle really well. Our memories of the sacrifices made during our war are the reason for our particular empathy with the Ukrainian people. The Croatian Parliament's response was extremely quick. We unanimously adopted the declaration in Ukraine just 1 day after the Russian aggression and sent a timely and strong political message of condemnation of the Russian aggression and reaffirmed our support for the sovereignty of Ukraine. We organized the first parliamentary summit of the International Crimean Platform and the International Donors Conference on Humanitarian Demining of Ukraine. We have to stand by the Ukrainians and be on the right side of the history. Slava Ukraini.
Oh, thank you very much. We turn to Ms. Alexandra Atalides from Cyprus.
Thank you, President. 2 years after the Russian invasion in Ukraine, the war is ongoing with catastrophic consequences for Ukraine, Europe, and the world. Ahead of elections in Russia, one should not expect a softening of Putin's position. Therefore, the fact that the Russian regime multiplies its verbal threats against Ukraine and the West, including threats to use nuclear weapons, should not come as a surprise. However, we must remain united and do our utmost to halt Putin and to finally end the war. We must stand firm to protect our values and principles, as well as Ukraine and Europe. We must strengthen even further our support to Ukraine, which is now a candidate for accession. I come from Cyprus, which has suffered an invasion and is still occupied by a third country. I can only express from this position as well my support and solidarity towards the people of Ukraine. In the darkest and most difficult times when a country is under attack, and even shortly after the attack, I know how important it is to feel that international solidarity and support are unconditional and unequivocal. So I want to assure our Ukrainian colleagues and the people of Ukraine that we still care and still stand united in solidarity, and we are glad that in Cyprus we are sheltering many Ukrainian refugees, and we hope to see them return to a free Ukraine soon. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Atalides. Next is Pavel Fischer from the Czech Republic. Pavel, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Dear Mark, I have 2 points. First, I would like to praise the Belgian presidency for this initiative to freeze and confiscate Russian state assets. I think that this is something extremely important, and we need European solution here. You have our support, and we are ready to provide you the necessary steps on the level of parliaments. My second points go back to Ms. Els van Hoof remark concerning ammunition artillery initiative by the Czech Republic. I am ready to explain to you, colleagues, what is behind, because I think that, as you know, last month Czech Republic launched an initiative to buy in third countries ammunition for artillery. And we are ready to help our governments to deliver, also on the level of parliaments. We control the governments, but we can also create an international coalition of like-minded. So I think that this is an opportunity to seize, and I am at your disposal today and tomorrow to think about how to help our governments to take necessary steps and to deliver. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pavel. Next speaker, we go to Denmark, Teresa Scavenius.
Thank you. I will speak against using the confiscated assets because it may escalate the war and it may be seen as a provocation, but first of all, it may also undermine the global institutional order we are actually fighting for and which we are mostly needed. And I'm also afraid that we are starting a permanent state of war with Russia, where it's not easy to come, where there's no peace we can expect. The whole rhetoric and the political attitude will leave no room for a future with peace. I think it's a really dangerous strategy because we know Russia will not be won by weapons. We can build stronger ammunition forces, we can speak the language of war, but Europe will need to have a peaceful collaboration with Russia after the war. So what do we need to do? I would really encourage everybody to have a stronger diplomatic attitude, rhetoric and response. There has already been people talking for negotiation tables. We need to find political solution and request that we are not undermining the whole situation or the institutional network we are building upon. We see it also in the Arctic Council, for example, where they try to maintain collaboration to some extent in order to prepare for an after-war situation. If Russia is isolated, excluded from everything, and if we start using confiscated assets, it will get even worse to have or to win the war, as it was said before. So I think we should think in the after-war logic and see Europe as a way of requesting that.
Thank you. Next is Mr. Grigore Kalev-Stoichescu from Estonia.
Thank you. Russia must be made responsible for the horrific war crimes it has committed, from Putin to the butchers there on the ground in Ukraine. The whole chain is responsible for this and for destruction that it has caused to Ukraine. Russia may be stopped by both supplying Ukraine with more and more powerful weapons and by weakening Russia economically to the point from where it cannot sustain its war effort at this scale. Europe has fed this horrible monster, Putin's criminal regime, for many years, and it still does, even though much less. Those who continue to buy Russian gas, please remind yourself that this gas is soaked in Ukrainian blood. Russia must be starved of cash and dual technologies and components for its war industry. We have no other choice. The only measure of how efficient we actually are is to assess Russia's revenues, especially from its continued business with Western companies and also with third countries. So proposal number one, 0.25% of the GDP of each EU's member states to military aid to Ukraine. Let's do that. Secondly, let's start working with third countries to limit their ability to supply Russia with so-called alternative imports. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, Ms. Natalia Pouzirev from France.
Merci. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Dear colleagues, I'll be speaking in French. Europe has shown a great capacity for unity in the face of Russia's aggression of Ukraine. Now we need to do more to up the antes, to support the Ukraine, but also to guarantee our own collective security. faced with an increased aggressive attitude of Russia in all fields, physical and virtual. In the short term, we will need to send on more ammunition. That is why there are 8 capacity coalitions that we need to support so that we can manufacture more ammunition, soil air defense equipment, but also long-range missiles to reach further. On the 26th of February in Paris, an international conference to support Ukraine was organized. A consensus could be found on 5 avenues of action, because we need to change tack and not to exclude anything. It doesn't mean that we should send our own forces on the field, but we could be more offensive when it comes to cyber defense. We need to co-design and co-manufacture armament in Ukraine to better support our armaments in the Ukraine, to support other countries that might be under threat, such as Moldova. I'd like to support all capacity-based initiatives, just like the one conducted by the Czech government. We need to source and buy more ammunition from third countries. So thank you very much for the first Prime Minister in Estonia when she mentioned the creation of this new support fund. So I'm calling for more solidarity towards victory and long-term stability. Thank you very much indeed.
Mr. Jukka Kopra from Finland.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We fully support Ukraine's fight against Russia's unprovoked aggression, and Ukraine needs our help to beat Russia and win the war. Now, we need also a more pragmatic approach into this question. I think that we have been discussing these same matters for a long time, but maybe we should take more action. And one key point that is in my mind as the question is the role of the European Union's European Investment Bank. As far as I know, that the bank's rules forbid it to finance projects that deal with armaments industry, because arms industry is not considered a sustainable industry in the taxonomy and ESG criteria. Now, I believe that the European Parliament has made a move in this matter, but I'm wondering what is the general situation considering European Investment Bank's role and ability to finance defense industry. Perhaps our distinguished members of European Parliament that are present here could answer this question and tell us how would we proceed in this matter to sort of release the funding for defense industries in Europe to provide more ammo for Ukraine. Thank you.
Thank you, Jukka. Next is Mr. Markus Faber from Germany.
Yes, thank you. And dear colleagues, we are meeting here under the European flag, and the European Union has pledged solidarity with Ukraine. But right now, I think not everybody has a solidarity for Ukraine yet here. Germany is very strong when it comes to economic terms, and right now we're delivering half of the military aid to Ukraine. And I think this is a good thing. We have moved quite a bit over here. But then this solidarity should come from every country, not just Germany and other countries that are moving forward, such as the Czech Republic or Denmark. But it should come from all parts of the European Union, from the beautiful shores of Ireland, also to the beautiful mountains of Austria. And I think we can just win this together when we also have these discussions in our countries. And these discussions are not pleasant, but they have to be made. And I think we have to go a bit forward here to have a more common approach and not pledge our solidarity to Ukraine over here and then go home and not having everybody on board. And to my colleague from Denmark, I would like to add that these negotiations are taking part. They are taking part at the battlefield right now, every day. And you can go there and join them. And you can go with me to the mass graves in Liman, and you can go with me to the torture prisons in Kherson. And then you can find out that there's no negotiations with the invasion troops. The war will be over when the soldiers of those troops go home. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Mr. Stefanos Kikas from Greece. Stefanos.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, dear ministers, dear colleagues. The European Union has pledged a long-standing commitment towards Ukraine. We are collectively committed to a comprehensive and long-term support covering security and defense, as well as economic stability, resilience, reconstruction, and financial and reform assistance. Greece's commitment to a long-term support towards Ukraine remains firm on all levels: political, financial, military, and humanitarian. Greece supports Kiev's aspiration to organize a peace summit as a first step for building a just and lasting peace in Ukraine. A broad international coalition can be built around the concept of protecting and preserving the UN Charter and its fundamental principles, and the willingness to uphold core principles of international law, such as territorial integrity, sovereignty, and independence of all states. Furthermore, Greece continues to provide the port of Alexandroupolis as a hub for the dispatch of allied aid, highlighting a distinct geopolitical importance not only for Ukraine, but also for the entire eastern flank of NATO. Alexandroupolis will soon constitute a new gateway for natural gas, covering the needs for many countries in the region and therefore increase their resilience. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next is Richard Scholes from Latvia. Richard, the floor is yours.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Chair. First, I need to respond to our Denmark colleague. I know very well the Chair, Mr. Jensen, who is, for obvious reasons, I guess, is not present here. Therefore, this lady is being appointed as the head of the delegation. And just to be clear, we're here, we do not represent firsthand our political parties, but our countries. And I know for sure Denmark is a rock-solid supporter of Ukraine. And what was said by the head of the delegation from Denmark, that's a disgrace, absolutely, and it doesn't fit Denmark's. I'm no Danish, but I know what is Denmark's position on that. And it doesn't correspond with what the lady said. What I wanted to actually raise here is one thing that we do manage at the EU level, provide support to Ukraine. Now it's really to deliver on ammunition, weapons. But one thing that we could do here is actually exchange the best practices that we are doing. For example, Latvia, we just recently seized the Moscow house, the Moscow property. I call all the EU member states to do the same. I just looked up in the center of Brussels, there's a huge mansion that is Moscow House that should be seized, sold, auctioned, and the finances being given to Ukraine, that Ukraine could purchase weapons. Then the second one, we have the AML, where we seize the criminally gained funds. That money should not be put in our central budgets, but be given directly to Ukraine, so they have the means to buy the weapons, what they need right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Richard. Next is Mr. Laurinas Kaskionas, sorry for the pronunciation, from Lithuania.
Mr. Chair, thank you very much. Latest Putin's interview shows us that the Russian approach towards Ukrainians are genocidal. It's simple two-way debate. If you can become a Russian or you be tortured and destroyed. That's why our aim and our challenge is just to help Ukrainians to fight, because it's an existential fight. And I think what we need to say and to bring on our table is a French President Macron initiative. I think it's interesting, at least needs to be discussed, deserve to be discussed. Why I'm saying so? This idea of training mission in Ukraine could create such called strategic ambiguity, which we lack during these 2 years, because they always said what we will not do instead what we say what we can possibly do. So thinking in this direction, President Macron is very right. So I think we should go further and to think about possible modalities. But of course, we should also close the gap between strategies and the reality. Now reality in Ukraine is survival. We need more weapons and more ammunition. And when somebody calls to talk about post-war Europe, don't forget, if it will not help, it could be post-war Europe without Ukraine. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll pass the floor to Mr. Fernand Kartheiser from Luxembourg.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Thank you, Mr. President. The irresponsible idea to send Western troops into Ukraine could transform this war into a generalized conflict. One should condemn every initiative making things worse, every logic of war, and every attempt to implicate even more our countries into this conflict. Those who really want to help Ukraine, help save human lives and maintain the integrity of Ukrainian territory, they have but one choice: encourage negotiating a peace agreement with Russia as rapidly as possible. Europe once more failed to define its proper interests, so give priority to adherence rather than to reflection. Europe must indeed have good ties with the US, but also with Russia. We should come back to a pan-European security architecture with all countries, including, of course, Russia and Ukraine. A new arms race is not necessary, and Ukraine will be able to join the European Union, but will be never able to join NATO. Thank you.
Merci. Next is Mr. Bogdan Klic from Poland.
Thank you. Do you remember, dear colleagues, 2 years ago when we decided to support strongly and unanimously fighting Ukraine? We've been doing the same since then, and I hope that unanimously we will support Ukraine as the major anchor of this support within the European Union. That's why let me reiterate that Ukraine cannot lose, because otherwise it would bring a full-scale war to our territory, to the territory of the European Union. Europeans must therefore understand that Ukraine's struggle is our struggle, and the crucial, absolutely crucial and decisive element and reason for the future of the global security. That's why Europe must supply the front line with everything that fighting Ukrainians need: military, economic, political, and humanitarian aid. I will repeat, everything necessary, including long-range missiles and, of course, ammunition. We have to meet this goal. This is the best investment in our European security. And we must not give in to Russian blackmail, including nuclear blackmail, because that will be a sign of our weakness. Europeans must understand that if Ukraine fails, our treaty territory will be the immediate front line, when now we are the second line. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes. Next is Mr. Titus Korlatian from Romania, please.
Thank you, colleagues. Wishing, first of all, success to the Belgian presidency of the EU Council, but also welcoming Sweden in our Euro-Atlantic family. I will not develop our national experience in Romania while showing strong and serious support to Ukraine through different means, but also to the Republic of Moldova because there is a need, nor to our management on the very serious challenges coming sometimes day by day from the Russian aggression against even the Romanian territory directly, which is a NATO territory. But I will raise very briefly two items which are important for both Ukraine and for us. First of all, on the accountability for the crime of aggression, I will raise once again the need, and this is an encouragement for all the EU member states, to show serious and concrete political and legal contribution for the decisive advancement of the process for the establishment of an international jurisdiction for punishing the crime of aggression. If we want to reject the impunity, If we want to be back to the multilateralism, that means the functioning of the international society based on rules, and to underline the accountability for the crime of aggression, we need to advance seriously and fast in this direction. Deuxièmement, c'est plutôt...
Secondly, I appeal here to the national parliaments who are also members of the Council of Europe to finalize signing the partial and widened agreement where we have a list of damages to be paid, which is very important for reconstructing Ukraine and for all of us.
I gladly pass the floor to Mr. Aron Emilsson from Sweden.
Thank you, Chair, and Excellencies, esteemed colleagues. First of all, I would like to thank all of you for your solid and firm support for the Swedish NATO ratification during our process. And I would also like to echo my friend Rihad Kohl's intervention when I think it's reflecting the Nordic-Baltic position when it comes to the importance of the Russian defeat and military assistance towards Ukraine. It's in all our interest to speed up our solid, firm and resolute support for Ukraine. Ukraine is the front line for the rules-based security order, the self-determination, freedom and the Western values that we all are defending. And I think the principles and figures in our beautiful speeches also needs to be transformed into action in many ways. And just to mention some core and crucial matters lays ahead of us. Let's strengthen our common efforts to produce a higher amount of ammunition and military equipment to be able to assist Ukraine, of course, in the short term, but also to be able to assist ourselves and reset our stockpiles for the long term and long windows of opportunity. All of us that should contribute to the air defense of Ukraine, that's crucial. Let's remember the words of Montgomery when it comes to that the one controls the air also controls a lot of the possibilities to winning the actual war. We need to address and fight the circumventions of sanctions towards Russia, where the war economy is quite prosperous. And all of us need to increase our own defense budgets and investments to our defense industry. That's also crucial for the long run. And to, of course,
time's up.
Also address our American counterparts, the need for their support in our common defense for the Western values and democracy. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Mr. Irakli Beraya, our friends from Georgia.
Thank you, Chair. I want to reiterate our strong support to sovereignty and territorial integrity of Ukraine and solidarity with its brave people defending their country from Russian aggressors. This brutal war is not an isolated case, but a clear attempt to redraw sovereign borders by force and to undermine rules-based international order. It is the continuation of Russia's full-scale aggression against Georgia in 2008 and the result of the failure of the international community to hold the aggressor accountable back at that time. As Russia wages war against Ukraine, 20% of my country still remains occupied, with the situation in occupied regions noticeably worsening. Illegal military presence and borderization, killings and human rights violations, de facto annexation steps, and various manifestations of hybrid warfare are daily consequences of Russian occupation. All that, along with the intention to build a naval base on our sea coast, is a serious threat to European security. This is why, dear friends, that when pressuring Russia to withdraw from Ukraine, it is equally important that the deoccupation of Georgia and the implementation of EU-mediated ceasefire agreement remain top priority on European agenda. Full-fledged European security will not be achieved if a single Russian soldier remains on the Georgian soil. But apart from pressuring Russia to withdraw, it's equally important to further step up support for strengthening our defense and resilience against full spectrum of threats and increase EU and NATO engagement in the Black Sea region, given its strategic importance for European security. My country has been resolutely pursuing peaceful conflict resolution policy, ambitious democratic security, as well as EU and NATO integration agenda. And as devoted security partner and now a candidate country, it remains committed to strengthening peace and security in the region and beyond, and to work closely with EU on the implementation of common goals and priorities identified in the strategic compass. Thank you.
Thank you. Then we go to Moldova. Mr. Radu Marian, please.
Thank you so much for inviting us at this timely discussion on European security on the parliamentary platform. We would like to echo what our Ukrainian colleagues refer to, and we call on continuing support for Ukraine. Any help that EU provides to Ukraine, it also helps Moldova. Ukraine protects us militarily, but also Moldova faces, excuse me, hybrid threats from the Kremlin. We have propaganda and fake news and stage protests. We have a process of, of undermining elections from the Kremlin. We had recent local elections where they spend millions of dollars trying to bribe voters and officials. They're trying to stir up problems in Transnistrian region. We've had a very recent so-called Congress in Transnistria where they launched a rumor that Russia will accept Transnistria's request for annexation. This was a propaganda event trying to create tension and panic. The rumor did not materialize. We are taking measures to ensure peace and stability in the Transnistrian region, including through our enlargement process. But we need further EU support, that is continuing cooperation within the European security, continued EU peace facility, building resilience through EU PM, further support in adopting sanctions against those who destabilize our Moldovan democracy, and accelerated process of EU negotiation process while we commit to do our homework. And last, what I want to mention is that all the measures that EU takes to support Moldovan democracy and EU integration process, they crucially support Ukraine. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Mr. Christian Tybring-Gjedde from Norway.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Russia bears the full responsibility for having brought European security into the most severe situation in decades. Norway condemns the continued Russian aggression in the strongest possible terms. Aggression against sovereign neighbors cannot go unstopped. Appeasing the aggressor only leads to a short-time result and only feeds and allows further aggression in the longer run, as history repeatedly has shown. Mr. Chair, Europe is burning. It is time for us to step up to the plate. As a consequence, I will encourage all countries gathered here to stop money transfer to countries who actively or passively support Russia's war. If we are serious about winning this war, we cannot discuss other matters with Putin's friends as nothing is happening in Europe. Mr. Chair, friends of my enemy are also my enemy. And at the end, Mr. President, as a short reminder, we need to include the effects of artificial intelligence in all our defense capabilities. It will change the way war will be conducted in the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker is Mr. Hulusi Akar from Turkey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Very shortly, first of all, I'd like to underline that Turkey condemns Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine and strongly supports Ukraine in its struggle to restore the sovereignty and the territorial integrity since 2014. Turkey was the first country to legally and officially declare the situation as a war by closing the Turkish straits to Russian naval vessels, preventing a potential escalation in the Black Sea, and still closed. Turkey supports Zelensky's peace plan in principle and is ready to host again peace negotiations between Ukraine and Russia. Turkey has also engaged politically and diplomatically, including by facilitating direct talks, working for the exchange of prisoners, the escalation ceasefire channels to end the war and the Ukrainian grain export, and providing crucial and strong military assistance to Ukraine. We will continue to work to prevent the war from spilling over into the Black Sea. Meanwhile, Turkey, Bulgaria, and Romania have signed an agreement on establishing a joint task force to counter drifting sea mines in the Black Sea. We are looking into the possibility of reviving the Black Sea Grain Initiative in a renewed security framework that will enable safe commercial shipping at sea. Turkey is also ready to contribute to fast recovery and the reconstruction of Ukraine. The European Peace Facility for Ukraine should also include NATO allies, especially NATO ally and EU candidate Turkey. In view of this, it will not be fair and reasonable to exclude EU candidate and NATO ally Turkey from the Ukraine regulation and the European Peace Facility. Thank you.
Thank you. Marco Mikkelsen from Estonia. The floor is yours.
The Ukraine crisis is not territorial conflict and not an attempt to establish regional geopolitical balance. The issue is much broader and more fundamental and is about the principles underlying the new international order. These are words of war criminal Vladimir Putin said just last October in 2023. I fully agree with what dear friend Ivana said earlier in her remarks, that this is war not only about Ukraine, but about us. And actually Russia considers, that Putin himself considers, being in broader conflict with the Western world in order to reshape world order. I spent last week 3 days in front lines, and I witnessed with my own eyes how critical is the situation. There is a lack of ammunition, there is a lack of weaponry, and actually if we are not getting ready to send everything what we have at the moment, we might witness very bad news from Ukraine, and these news are not bad only for Ukraine, but for all of us. So if we would like to establish peace, like some of our colleagues speaking right now, we have to bring this war to the end in a way that Russia is strategically defeated. And for that, we have to ramp up every possibility what we can have in our stocks and send to Ukraine immediately. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I pass the floor to Ms. Sarah Nani from Germany. Sarah.
I will talk in German. Hello.
Every joint action starts with the joint situational awareness. In 2014, after the annexation of Crimea, we didn't have that. We were not united in Europe, especially Germany did not take the Baltic states and Poland seriously with their estimate of Russia. But that's different now. We are much more unified, north to west and east to north, south and east to west. But we've also heard that, and we heard these voices again today, that some people think that we can just solve this with diplomacy and that Russia is only interested in Ukraine. And I would like to state this very clearly. These voices in our own countries are sometimes sponsored by Moscow. Sometimes it's just politics, but in both cases, it is to our own security disadvantage in Europe, and therefore I would like to appeal to all European-minded colleagues here. We are ahead of a European election campaign, and please let's have a fair election campaign, and let's remain focused on what should keep us united, keep focused, and carry on united.
Thank you. Next is Mr. Vasileios Ypsilantis from Greece.
Thank you, dear Chair, distinguished colleagues. A few additional words on the speech of our Chair, Mr. Giga's speech. First, Greece has supported the establishment of the Ukraine facility with a total budget of 50 billion euros for the year 2024 to 2027 in order to secure a predictable, long-term and sustainable funding in Ukraine needs. Second, Greece had joined a declaration of support for Ukraine of the G7 leaders for the security commitments to Ukraine on the point of providing sustained and long-term military training. We train Ukraine pilots in the use of F-16 fighter jets. Surely Ukraine needs more for its freedom, which means freedom in the whole civilized democratic countries. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Last and then I will give the floor to Mr. David McAllister, because there was a specific question to the European Parliament. But last on the speakers list is Ms. Dovile Sakaliene from Lithuania.
Thank you. You know, the hard truth is that we are too slow. And the hard truth is that Russia is quickly readapting and is regenerating its military force. And despite heavy losses, Russian manpower in Ukraine is even increasing. For example, from 455,000 in November 2023 to 466,000 in January 2024. And on top of that, potential addition of half a million mobilization in the nearest future. And let me remind you that Russia has 30 million men in reserve, and they can train 130,000 every 6 months. And plus to that, Russia has a solid influx of finances. Only from China, we get $500 million every single day for the energy sales. And when we look at their economic growth, it continues to grow. Actually, in 2023, Russian economy grew faster than all the G7 economies. And the growth forecast is twice as fast as it was expected in October 2023. And when we talk even about Russian banks, the profits in 2023 were 16 times up. So for that is a very hard lesson. We are too slow. We are still stuck in our bureaucracy. We still have not found a way to use $300 billion of Russian money for Ukraine. And our defense industry needs to actually start working in the war economy mode, because we are talking about war, but we are still living in peacetime, whereas Russia is living in wartime and is not going to stop. Thank you.
Thank you very much. There was one specific question for you, David, so I'll pass the floor to you.
Right, thank you, Mark, for giving me the floor. Our Finnish colleague, Jukka Kopra, was asking to change the statute of the European Investment Bank. I just wanted to briefly answer. Pursuant to Article 308 of the Treaty on the European Union, the statute may be amended by the Council, acting unanimously in accordance with the special legislative procedure. So the initiative here is with the European Investment Bank, and the European Parliament would be consulted. We have in the meantime, and that's good news, called for proposals to change the statutes of the European Investment Bank in our latest report on the implementation of the CSDP, just adopted last week in Strasbourg. It says in paragraph 29, the European Parliament calls for improving defence financing for exploring a potential reform of the European Investment Bank's lending policy. The European Parliament calls for the strengthening of the industry's access to private funding to ensure that the European defence industry has sufficient access to public and private finance and investment on a sustainable basis. So that is the call of the European Parliament. The European Investment Bank, as I am informed, is working on this proposal, and they will come back to us, I guess, in the next 2 months. The new EIB President, Nadia Calviño, has made remarks accordingly to this. So I think we're working on this, and thanks for the good question.
Thank you so much. We conclude our debate here too. Thank you for all the contributions, and I sense quite an overwhelming consensus on the need to further support Ukraine, but I'll leave it to our distinguished guests to wrap it up for a couple of minutes. Ivana, can you start?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, dear colleagues, for all your actions and words of support that we've heard today. And maybe just a few reflections. There is no other nation in the world that wants peace more than we Ukrainians do. And I think that that has to be understood. It's not that we want to go on fighting, but it's hard to get to any negotiations with someone who does not accept the mere fact that you exist, who denies you of the very possibility that you are a citizen of Ukrainian nationality in the country that is defined with the internationally recognized borders. So, therefore, the diplomatic negotiations with someone who is a war criminal, who is a liar, who is a dictator, and who wants to change totally the rules-based order, that's pretty difficult. And therefore, only through the common unity, force, and strength, the arguments could be well delivered to Russian Federation. Moreover, this is not the war of Putin. This is war of Russian Federation. Don't be misled. And our common weakness, our hesitation, our delays in military provisions to Ukraine, our fear, our caution, all of that is just feeding the beast. So therefore, in order to stop this war, we have to be resolute as Ukrainian brave armed forces. We have to be resolute as Ukrainian society. We have to ensure that all our common resources are put to protect something that you've been enjoying for many generations and have been taking that for granted. Don't be misled. If Ukraine falls, there will be other victims and other attacks by the Russian Federation. And one more thing that I wanted to mention. Back in 2014, and I insist, this war is ongoing 10 years already, we were a neutral state, non-bloc, non-aligned. That did not preclude Putin from attacking us. That did not preclude Putin from telling the lies to the world that it is about NATO expansion. He has easily swallowed the Finnish and Swedish joining NATO, and that only made your NATO security stronger. So I'm sure that without Ukraine winning this war, without Russia being defeated, without Ukraine being a member of NATO and the EU, Europe cannot count on its sustainable and long-lasting security. So it's up to you to decide. Thank you.
Thank you, Ivana. And to conclude, Mr. Koopman.
Thank you very much. I've listened attentively to what I think was a debate with a lot of support for Ukraine, a lot of support for the efforts that the EU and member states, and indeed, I would say, the free Western world is making to support the country. Zooming out, it seems to me that we have actually been reasonably successful in providing economic support, if we're honest. We have been somewhat less successful in providing military support, even if we have stepped up to the plate there as well. And now clearly the message that emanates for me from this debate is that we need to stay the course and that we need to double down and accelerate. That seems clear. There's a lot of people out there who believe that the EU, due to the way it operates, to its institutional features, finds it very hard to contribute to this. And whilst I will not deny that some decision-making has been hard, the decisions have been made. And they have been made overwhelmingly in good time. We need to capitalize on that. I think, as Ivana said, ultimately, it's not down to the EU institutions, it's down to the parliaments of our member states, it's down to the governments of our member states, it's down to the European Parliament. I think we have shown that we can do this in the past. We now need to accelerate, and ultimately the choice is for all of us in this room. Thank you.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, best friends. It was a pleasure to chair this session. We will resume our work shortly with another session dedicated to the process of enlargement of the European Union. Just a couple of minutes.
Dear colleagues, let's start again on session 2, the enlargement process. We already discussed a bit during the past session because Ukraine has brought the debate about EU enlargement back to the forefront. From the beginning, enlargement was important as an instrument to promote peace, prosperity, and also economic stability. At the same time, it raises questions about, of course, the internal reforms, and Belgium is also prepared to support the candidate countries to their efforts to join also the Union, but the EU has to be future-proof. And that's a challenge. We have to be prepared so that its policy, finance, and internal decision-making process are ready for the enlargement. This also requires an open discussions, as we know, in the field of common foreign policy, of replacing the required unanimity by qualified majority voting, so that we can act more quickly and swiftly to the different crises we are with. So, as I said already in my introductions, we don't need only firefighters, but we also need architects. These were the words of Jacques Delors. And so we have to make Europe again future-proof, ready for the enlargement. And I think we have a lot of interesting speakers, 3 to be specific. But before we start, I just want to mention that you can already register your request to speak following the instructions. You already know how it works now. You can find it again on the little paper on your table. But I'm very honored that we have today also Mrs. Federica Mogherini. She's now rector of the College of Europe, which is also situated in Bruges. But I remember that she was also very present during the past EPCs, always present, which is very important, as you know, for the parliamentarians. So very happy to see you again, Mrs. Federica Mogherini, and I give you the floor.
Thank you very much, Elsa. Thank you. I would like, through you, to thank the Belgian presidency and the parliamentary dimension of it, in particular for 2 reasons. First of all, for inviting me in this conference. Indeed, for me, it has always been a very important setup. Not only when I was High Representative and Vice President, but also when I was member of the Italian Parliament. So I feel home. I feel double at home. Actually, I feel home 3 times. Because also you brought this Inter-Parliamentary Conference to Bruges, which is now my new home as Director of the College of Europe. So welcome to Bruges, if I may. And thank you for inviting me, in particular in this panel. I'll share with you what I think and what I see as an individual, as a person, in my new capacity as Director of the College. I will do this maybe with a little bit of an unconventional thinking, if you allow me. I was quite free even when I was in office in the European Union, even more so today. First of all, I think that we have seen and we are seeing today, in this last year and a half, I would say, a radical shift in the mindset of the European Union. I think also in the majority of member states and national parliaments, but we will see this in the debate. From seeing the enlargement as a merit-based process mainly in the interest of the candidate countries that are joining the European Union, to an approach that sees the enlargement process as in our own interest in the European Union. And I think this is a very healthy and smart shift of mindset. I believe that we have to consider these 2 starting points. This as a first one, the enlargement, the restarted engine of the enlargement process is first and foremost responding to our own interest in the European Union, and our own geopolitical interest, Coming from the previous session, it is quite clear that being part of the European Union is not only a guarantee for security and resilience and stability for the countries that join the Union, but also for the rest of the continent. And we cannot afford anymore having any vacuum in the continent. And the second mindset shift that I think is happening, and I hope will accelerate even further, is to consider actually enlargement not as an enlargement, but as the process to complete the integration of our continent. I never liked the word enlargement, to tell you the truth, because it supposed that there is a center and that center enlarges to the periphery. I think that, and I speak being a national of a founding member state, I think that actually what we have done over the last 70 years is actually a process of reintegration of a continent that has been divided in many different waves of history, and that in many different ways of history has been then reintegrated in a political and economic process. And I believe that today it is a matter of completing the integration of the European continent to those European countries that are already European but are not members of the European Union. This is also why I never liked the expression of the European perspective. The Western Balkans, Ukraine, Moldova, Georgia don't need a European perspective. It's already Europe. They need a European Union membership perspective, and they need a credible one, I believe, and we need them to have a credible one. The second point I would like to make, so the first one was the strategic relevance of enlargement and the need for a mindset shift on, first, understanding that it is in our own interest, and second, to understand that it is about reunifying our continent. The second point I would like to make is on the conditionality. We always refer to the fact that this is a merit-based process. I think it has become quite evident in the last 5 to 10 years that sometimes the conditionality was not only the conditionality required on the candidate countries' side, but sometimes we had our own conditionality inside the European Union and inside member states. And sometimes we have seen candidate countries doing what they needed to do, but not always on the European Union side there was enough responsiveness in the past to welcome them or to accelerate the process because of, I would say, a lack of conditions or sometimes political conditions on the European Union side. I believe that it is very important to stress the fact that the reforms are conditions in the candidate countries. Personally, and this is my personal opinion, I do not think that the European Union needs, as an absolute must, institutional reforms before admitting 1 or 2 or 3 new member states. We were 28. I can tell you personally, I was chairing the Foreign Affairs Council for 5 years, in average, I would say, twice a month in all the different council formations. We were 28. We were 28 still with the UK part of the Council after the Brexit referendum with unanimity, and still we managed to take decisions every time. So I don't think that the institutional reforms are a must and a precondition to enlarge. I think enlargement would be a very good opportunity to do institutional reforms that we might need anyway, but I would be very, very worried if we create a certain conditionality on our side that we would not accept new member states unless and until we do internal reforms, because I fear that this might be a boomerang or a self-fulfilling prophecy on our side. So obviously, there will be 1 or 2 elements that would definitely need to be looked at, more, I think, than institutional reforms, and that is the budget, own resources, and the review of all policies, especially if we imagine a European Union that turns from 27 to 37. But I do not see why, personally, and again, I know that this might sound provocative to some, but maybe welcome from others. I don't see why it shouldn't be possible to have 1, 2 additional member states, even in very short time, once the conditionality is met on the candidate countries' side. Last point I would like to make, as Director of the College of Europe today, you expected from me and allow me. I think that a key element of this process is education and training. And this is why I'm so proud that together with the Commission, thanks to the Commission support, but also thanks to the Council support, the College of Europe is opening for the first time after 30 years a new branch in Tirana in Albania, specifically focused on the European transformation and integration process, specifically focused at training and forming a generation not only of young people in the countries that will enter the European Union, but also in the member states, to know much more about how the European Union completes the integration process and how to connect with those countries and with those societies and institutions that are not part of the European Union yet. This is a work that we already do a lot here in Bruges and in Natolin, where we have the other campus in Poland, having students and officials trained from 50 countries, so well beyond the EU member states. But I'm very proud that we are now together working on the establishment of a campus and a program, an academic program that is exclusively focused at supporting, I hope, what will be the next wave of integration of the European continent. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mrs. Mogherini, for talking about not enlargement, but reintegration. Well understood, interesting perspective. And now we give the floor to Mr. Gert-Jan Koopman. You work very hard today, so you're in our next session also. So I give you the floor about also this team.
Thank you very much, Chair, and it's good to be back in the second panel this morning. I promise you there won't be a third panel. No, let me pick up on a few of the points which Federica just mentioned. I mean, I think enlargement as a policy is back, and I think it's fair what she said, that for a long time there was a reluctance to take enlargement as a policy seriously on the side of some of our member states, and progress between 2013 and 2022 was very slow. We didn't enlarge. We didn't extend the union in over a decade, and whilst some of the candidate countries didn't maybe reform as much as they should, it's also true, it's fair to say that on our own side in the EU there were some hesitations. I think what has really changed fundamentally in the wake of the Russian war of aggression is that this issue has moved away, and therefore the policy is back. It means, however, that the reforms in the countries, in the candidate countries, remain essential, and that we need to work much more intensively with them, like we did in previous decades, to ensure that they can make these reforms. There's an important point here, which is that the acquis, so the corpus of legislation nowadays is at least 3 times larger than it was back in the early 2000s. So enlargement is hard. It's not a straightforward process. It is like, I sometimes compare it with rewriting the operating system of a computer. We all have these updates which you from time to time need to install, and it really changes quite fundamentally the way an economy and even in some respects a society works. And this takes a bit of time. It's a process that requires a sustained effort, a consensus across the political spectrum in a candidate country to succeed. I would also say that given the size of the challenge, there has been an innovation in enlargement policy which we don't talk about enough, but which is actually materially very important, which is that there are elements of progressivity already today that make it easier for the candidate countries to come closer. Many candidate countries already today participate in EU programs. Under the energy community and the transport community, many of the countries in the Western Balkans already participate to some extent in the internal transport market and in the internal energy market. Ukraine as well. So we see that it is essential to bring these countries closer as they move towards us. And I think that is a development which in the present geopolitical context is actually particularly relevant, and I would expect that we will strengthen it. In fact, the Commission has proposed to do so for the Western Balkans as part of the Western Balkans growth plan, which we issued last November. I would also say that the energy in the countries themselves is a lot higher than it was maybe a few years ago, because everyone sees that enlargement might happen, and some of the countries are actually a little bit closer to the finish line than others. And here I would like to echo something that Frederica said. It is not excluded that some of these countries might get close much more quickly than some people think. Not all, but some. And then, of course, the question for us will be, what do we do in those circumstances? I don't want to prejudge the debate that will no doubt need to take place about internal reforms in the EU, and these internal reforms are necessary independent of enlargement, as we have said many times. But one could indeed argue whether enlarging by one or two countries would be conditional, would necessitate such reforms. That is not something that is immediately, intuitively obvious. So the dynamics of enlargement have also changed fundamentally with the trio in the East. Enlargement used to be, for a long time, a story of the Western Balkans and Turkey after the standstill at which the negotiations with Turkey came in 2018. It was an exclusive affair of the Western Balkans, but now with the trio in the East, this has changed dramatically, and it has given a new impetus to the process. Fourthly, we have learned lessons from enlargement. Enlargement is not a policy that is universally popular in some of our own member states. I'm not sure what would happen if we completed the negotiations and if a government decided to put up a vote, a referendum, if it were to call a referendum on enlargement in one of our member states. It's not clear what would happen. So we have put a lot of emphasis under the renewed enlargement policy on what we call fundamentals first: rule of law, anti-corruption, really the foundations of a free and modern, open European society. And that remains, of course, critical given the number of countries we are talking about. And on this, I think there is a very interesting juxtaposition of the geostrategic need of enlargement on the one hand, but equally on the other hand, the need to stick with the merit-based process. We cannot sacrifice the merit-based process, the need for these fundamental reforms to be taken on the altar of geopolitics. That will not work. That will not be tolerated, I think, by the people who ultimately need to stand for this. So that is why I repeat what I said earlier on: enlargement is a hard process. It's not something that can be achieved overnight and very easily. Now, in terms of where we are today, after the historic decisions taken by the European Council in December last year to decide to open negotiations with Ukraine and Moldova, and also to do this in respect of Bosnia-Herzegovina once the necessary degree of compliance with the membership criteria is met, we are, of course, in a process where the reforms continue at pace, and where we work together extremely closely with the countries concerned to take this forward. I think that it is equally clear that the foreign policy dimension of enlargement, in other words, CFSP alignment with our common foreign and security policy, is gaining traction and is becoming even more important in this context. And you see this in the debates about some of the countries concerned, where we de facto require progress in CFSP alignment going forward. Final point I would make is that because time is of the essence, and we cannot have any trade-offs between the geopolitical necessity and the merit-based process, progressive integration and drawing them closer remains fundamental. I already, in the previous session, mentioned the Ukraine plan, which should also be seen as an economic reform plan linked with the deep and comprehensive free trade agreement which Ukraine and Moldova, for that matter, enjoy with the EU. So it provides an anchor for progressive integration already. We have proposed a similar approach for the Western Balkans, where we have set out 7 areas of internal market integration that could bring the countries much closer, much more quickly, combined with a facility that would indeed spur economic reforms and investments, thereby together holding out the prospect of a doubling of the size of these economies in the next decade as they integrate amongst themselves and with the EU economically. I think this is something which out there we need to look at very, very carefully. So we need to be a bit less focused only on the enlargement process as such. We need to look at the economics around it, the integration of what it means for citizens, the people-to-people dimension, including education for that matter, and to redouble our efforts. The final point I would make in this respect is that there are a lot of concerns about budgetary implications, but the reality is, if I look at the envelopes that we are putting on the table today, they remain rather modest in the wider scale of the overall budget, and certainly in light of the geopolitical and geostrategic challenges, quite affordable in light of the needs that we have. And they have also been prioritized by European heads of states and government in the revision of our financial framework, which was adopted on the 1st of February this year. So all in all, these are very, very important times for enlargement. They will have to be approached with a fresh mind, with a degree of cooperation and collaboration with the candidate countries that I think will look more like it looked in the 2000s than what it looked like 5 years ago. And we have reason to be optimistic if I see how much has changed in terms of reforms, in terms of how we think about enlargement in the past 2 years. So with that, I want to leave a message of optimism and hope for this esteemed assembly, and I look forward also to your comments and possible questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Gert-Jan, to put all the elements on the table, the optimistic ones, the hopeful ones, but also the hard ones. It's important to have a balanced view. I think you have an interesting contribution as well. And now I'm very happy to announce also Steven van Hekke. He's a professor in European politics at KU Leuven. Leuven is my hometown, so I feel a bit at home with you. Thank you.
Thank you. Dank u wel, beste Els. Dear members of parliament, it's a great honor for me to speak to you very shortly about a major topic in EU integration history. It's great to be in Bruges. Next week I will be in Skopje, North Macedonia, and last week I was in Brussels, invited by Flemish journalists who want to make a video on the enlargement of the EU. But journalists need to make this visible. So that was a bit of a problem. They had no idea. And I said, let's meet next to the European Parliament. Why? Because next to the European Parliament, you have 2 segments of the Berlin Wall. And that is the first point I want to make. What happened on the 24th of February 2022 is of the same significance as the Berlin Wall fell on the 9th of November 1989. We are very conscious about the short-term effects, but we are still in denial about the long-term paradigm shift of the EU. The full-scale Russian invasion of Ukraine has changed everything, so also an enlargement policy. It's a turning point. There is a before and there is an after, and you can never go back. The same happened again with the fall of the Berlin Wall. Before, there was enlargement fatigue, as we all know. Sometimes I call it a lost decennium, because not much happened after Croatia joined in 2013. Now we have a new window of opportunity, a momentum, and the question is, of course, still, will it be taken? My second point is more at the meso level, how to convince the EU to enlarge, and particularly the domestic audiences of the so-called old member states, because that is the tricky thing. We don't need to convince the member states of Central and Eastern Europe. The question is how to convince domestic public opinion in the old member states, particularly Western Europe. I think there are three reasons. They have already been mentioned. The first one is the strategic one. It's about geopolitics. It's about reuniting the European continent, making it more safe and stable. The second, how to convince domestic public opinion in Western Europe, is the business opportunities. It's an economic challenge. When I'm talking here in Flanders to students or other interested citizens, I give them the example. I rather see a Flemish bank opening a new ATM machine in a central square in Kiev than a Ukrainian bank opening a new office at the Grand Place in Brussels. So it's also in the interest, in the economic interest, I think, to have a stable internal market also on a wider continental scale. The third is the most difficult, but it's the most important. We have to bring a clear, honest, transparent perspective to the younger generations in these member states. In the short run, it might be for old Western Europe a good idea that brain drain helps to solve our problems on the labor market, but in the mid and the long term, it is a catastrophe. So we need to bring a clear message to them that it's worth being a nurse, worth being an engineer, worth being a teacher in applicant EU and member states. We will only be able to convince them if they have a clear example. In the short term, that's my third and last point, how can we summarize what happened in the last 2 years, which is quite spectacular, all the different steps that have been taken? For me, it's a no-brainer that these applicant member states will join, so it has to take place. And also conditionality, it has already been mentioned, and the accession criteria are a no-brainer. We cannot give in as far as the EU is concerned. The real questions are the timing. Without a clear deadline, honestly, it will not work. A deadline is fine. You can even miss a deadline, but you need a deadline. It's up to the Commission, not to the European Council President, but it's up to the Commission, and I hope they will be more courageous in the next term. The second one is, of course, we have 10 countries, but we also need to distinguish. For Ukraine, we might need some creativity in thinking about transition measures, but that's totally different from a Montenegro. Montenegro can easily join, and it would also have a new impetus, I think, in the Western Balkan regions. The third question is political leadership. Because after all, even if the criteria are met, think about even what happened with Bulgaria and Romania. They met all the criteria of the Schengen zone, but it's still a political decision. The same applies with EU membership. So what we currently lack is political leaders who are willing to convince, mentally prepare their audience that at some stage in 5, 10, 15 years, the EU will count 30, 35 members. Last time, it took the EU 15 years before the Big Bang enlargement took place, and it took 20 years before the Lisbon Treaty came into force. This is a tricky thing. It has already been mentioned. I agree with Rector Mogherini. I'm not in favor of linking these two issues. The EU should do its homework. You don't need enlargement to be convinced that some internal homework needs to be done, and you don't need internal homework to be convinced that enlargement should take place. Both should take place, ideally at the same time, but the one cannot wait for the other. Those who link them, those who make the one conditional vis-à-vis the other, are probably or lack the courage to say that they are not in favor of new member states, because then they can easily hide behind the lack of EU internal reform. compared to what happened 30 years ago. I think this time we have less time than 50 years waiting for new members and 20 years for treaty reform. Thank you.
Thank you, Steven. Thank you, Professor Van Hekke, for your interesting view. We feel addressed when you talk about political leadership. We have a lot of politicians in this hall, so we are very curious what you think about these different interventions, and to make some suggestions, it's also welcome. So it's now time for the panel debate. You know already that there are 90 seconds and no more, because we are always, now again, a bit late in the program, so please stick to this time, so everyone can express also oneself. So I first give the floor to my dear Belgian colleague, André Flahaut. Vous avez la parole.
Merci, Madame. Thank you, Mrs. Chair. I would like to thank the speakers. When the process is not about markets, about persons. When it comes to European institutions, we should be courageous enough to review some functioning of institutions that are, say, bureaucratic and are not liked by citizens wherever they are. And one should also take into account the position of national parliaments. We are in direct contact with our citizens. And let us also take into account countries that have been waiting for a long time and who might not be totally in agreement with the demands. And as you said, we should also have a kind of training of our citizens without imposing models anywhere. We should have, if we also had common training of European defense, we would probably have a more performing European defense nowadays. Thank you.
Merci, Monsieur Flahaut. I now give the floor to Zsolt Nemet, our dear colleague from Hungary.
Thank you very much, Els and Federica and Mr. Koopman for this panel. To all three of you, congratulations to Belgium. As you know, we have got a Spanish, Hungarian, Belgian trio. The cooperation inside the trio is very smooth. As you know, the Hungarian presidency is coming up in the second half of this year. And I would like to inform the colleagues who are here that the Inter-Parliamentary Conference is going to take place in Budapest on the 9th and the 10th of September this year. You are all welcome. 24 is the 20th anniversary of the 10-country enlargement when Hungary became a member. And enlargement is not just the Hungarian, but it is a trio priority, as it is reflected at this meeting. And I would like to underline the important statement which was said just before, that the geopolitical aspect and the merit-based aspect of enlargement is very closely intertwined. For this reason, we are planning to have a very dynamic enlargement agenda. We plan to have a Balkan summit and the European Political Community Summit as well in Hungary. And I would like to welcome our friends from the Ukraine, Moldova, Bosnia as candidate countries, and Georgia candidate status should also soon happen. Enlargement is back, as it was said, and we have to owe this to Mr. Putin, because this kind of understanding of the geopolitical importance of enlargement owes a lot to the aggression. And I would like to thank as well to the European Commission, Mr. Koopman and Mr. Commissioner Várhelyi. I think we should make the first country group a member of the European Union.
Because we are running out of time. Thank you.
Very, very quickly, I would like to undersign to this strategic approach. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and please also the others stick to the time because we have also still lunch to do. Now I give the floor to Mrs. Zovko from the European Parliament.
Yeah, thank you very much, and I'm very happy as well to see Madame Mogherini here, who was a former High Representative who started from Sarajevo with the messaging that enlargement is a security, peace and security issue, and it still is. I remember in 2014 when you gave this message and when you did a really good dynamic. So we should not forget Bosnia and Herzegovina and peace and stability issue that is being at stake there. I came from Banja Luka the other day where a new bishop was replacing Bishop Komarica, Bishop Maric. And it broke my heart going to, and being there, taking the roads that are really the medieval ones. And I've seen, coming from Croatia, I've seen how backwards this country has become in the recent few years. And watching television, watching a program, the hybrid propaganda and influence from Russia, from Turkey, from all the other countries is playing dangerous games. And I think that Bosnia and Herzegovina, if we don't open accession talks, we have not learned any lessons in the past years since the Dayton Peace Agreement. We have to open the negotiations with Bosnia and Herzegovina. We have to play finally preventive diplomacy, and we have to bring this dynamic because enlargement is also a political tool for peace and stability. I would not agree that we should give some other countries a chance because they all have a harder diplomacy, but we with our American partners have made a hard-won peace, and if we don't show that this bridge builder country is a key for stability in Western Balkan, we have not learned any lessons. And we cannot do anything then in Eastern Partnership. Thank you.
Thank you. Now I give the floor to a colleague of Austria, Reinhold Lopatka.
Thank you very much, dear Chair. In session one, we focused on Ukraine, which has now the candidate status, which is an important sign of solidarity, of course. Now I want to direct our attention to the Western Balkans. Together with Croatia, Czechia, Greece, Italy, Slovakia and Slovenia, Austria started the initiative, Friends of the Western Balkans. We share a special responsibility for keeping the Western Balkans high on the EU political agenda and for supporting the region's EU path. We call for a renewed vigor and acceleration of the accession process, and we call on EU institutions to present a clear agenda for gradual and accelerated integration with concrete implementation steps based on fair conditionality and the principle of own merits. As the region is exposed to destabilizing factors such as hybrid threats, disinformation, or illegal migration, this agenda could give fresh impetus for deeper cooperation in the field of the common foreign and security policy. Enhanced cooperation, we think, would make us more effective in facing external pressures and the countering Russia and other harmful narratives in the region. Therefore, we should speed up, not only in this speech, but also in the enlargement process. Thank you.
Thank you. I give the floor to Nikola Mazar from Croatia.
Poštovani predsjedavajući,
Dear Chair, esteemed guests, dear colleagues, members of Parliament, as the youngest member state, and it's been 10 years, we returned the enlargement issue to the EU's agenda during our presidency of the European Union. And in the context of Russia's aggression, it gained new relevance and framework in terms of protecting European security and stability, and became priority for our policy. The Republic of Croatia openly supports the enlargement process. Croatia sees enlargement as an investment in the future peace, stability and security. Croatia welcomed the decision of the European Council from December 23 on the opening of accession negotiations with Ukraine and Moldova, as well as the granting of candidate status to Georgia. We also welcome the complete and unequivocal commitment of the European Union to the prospect of membership of the Western Balkans. And on this occasion, again, we call for the acceleration of their accession process based on credible reforms, fair conditionality and the application of the principle of own merits. Allow me to avail myself of this opportunity to remind you that the foreign ministers of Croatia, Austria, the Czech Republic, Greece and Slovakia, Italy and Slovenia adopted the Gottweg Statement of Friends of the Western Balkans, which gives strong support to the Union's enlargement and confirms full commitment to the European future of the Western Balkans. Last year's decision to grant candidate status to Bosnia and Herzegovina was based on strategic considerations, and we are convinced that there is growing awareness that enlargement policy is the most powerful stabilization instrument of the European Union.
I give the floor to Haris Georgiadis from Cyprus.
Thank you. I'm all in favor of enlargement. In fact, I do agree that enlargement is synonymous to the completion of our union. But I would insist on the reforms, on the conditionality. In fact, the benefit of enlargement is this transformational effect that it implies, the fact that countries reform and adapt. I would be very, very nervous if, for instance, we were to accept as a member a country which does not respect human rights, or which in its foreign policy is aligned, for instance, to Putin or to Hamas. But what an achievement it would be if through the enlargement process, that country would become a true liberal democracy, would align its foreign policy with the European foreign policy, and it would effectively become truly European. That's when enlargement should happen, and that's why we should be insistent on a merit-based, reform-oriented enlargement. Thank you.
Thank you. Just have to mention that we close the list because we have still 20 speakers to come. I'm very glad that you're interested in the debate, but we have some time schedule also. And now I give the floor to Tonino Picula from the European Parliament.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Under conducive circumstances, the Western Balkans has potential to solve its long-standing internal and bilateral problems through a more convincing democratic transformation and integration into the EU. But if these processes are blocked in such increasingly tense social conditions in the European Union, an open war in our neighbourhood, along with the malign influence of various rivals of the European Union, I would not exclude new tough challenges. That means that the slogan of the Belgian presidency, protect, strengthen, prepare, is an excellent choice. As far as further enlargement is concerned, I would like to single out some key points. Every candidate country should be judged on their own merit. Our fundamental values, such as the rule of law and democratic standards, must be pillar of our assessment if the country is ready to join the European Union. Building bridges, highways is welcome, of course, but respect for fundamental values must be a precondition for that. The European Union is not only a common market, but a union of values and community of shared risks too. Once the candidate country fulfills all the criteria, there should be no political delays to its succession. Necessary European Union internal reforms must take place in parallel. European Union enlargement is one of the most successful EU politics, and it must continue. On that note, we expect concrete results from the Council meeting later in March. Thank you.
Thank you. And now give the floor to Kimmo Kiljunen from Finland.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, I would like very much to enjoy Frederica's position concerning reintegration of Europe. True, Ukraine is part of Europe, and it's marvelous that we have started the negotiations for the membership in the European Union, including also Moldova and candidate status for Georgia. I am also very pleased to hear that you don't forget the Western Balkans, but I will add actually in the picture 2 other Eastern Partnership countries for discussion of the future of Europe in itself. Armenia, after this catastrophe in Nagorno-Karabakh, they are looking for Europe today. They are looking for Europe, and actually the government has some merits also in terms of human rights, democracy, and rule of law. But even further, I'm brave enough to think also about Belarus. We in Council of Europe have actually a constant presence of Belarusians headed democratic forces headed by Svetlana Tikhanovskaya. They are permanently present there, and they have expressed strongly the view of European perspective. We strongly support that one. We are investigating that very seriously in terms of Council of Europe side. But I actually propose to you as a chair here now that next meeting of us, we should invite also democratic forces of Belarus, Svetlana Tikhanovskaya, to address to us, and we can seriously start also discuss with them institutional way, if it's feasible. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Then I give the floor to Dimitrios Mantsos from Greece.
Yes, thank you. 4 points I would like to add. First point, we welcome the revival of the enlargement or reintegration debate regarding Ukraine, Moldova, and Georgia, but also the West Balkans, whose European perspective was agreed and promised in Thessaloniki, Greece, 21 years ago. Second point, we feel that the European Union should actively support its enlargement process in a structured and binding framework based on merit, namely reforms, with no exceptions from the Copenhagen criteria and the values our Union enshrines. Third point, the old dilemma, enlargement or deepening, has already been answered. We need both. We should closely monitor and ensure reforms regarding rule of law, independence of the judiciary, and protection of minorities' rights. The case of the Greek minority in Albania sadly highlights the work that still needs to be done. Fourth and last point, the enlargement should be seen as a crucial part of a new European architecture, to borrow Ms. van Hoof's term. We need to have a more coherent foreign security policy, especially given the severe geopolitical shifts, the barbaric invasion of Russia in Ukraine, and the humanitarian tragedy in Gaza. The European Union should revisit its policies towards its direct environment, the southeastern neighborhood, to tackle aggression and revisionism and safeguard peace and security. And the enlargement could and should serve as a significant step towards this direction. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And the next speaker is Gian Giacomo Calovini from Italy.
Grazie.
Thank you, Chair. I will express myself in Italian to be able to express myself faster, and I hope to be able to express on behalf of the entire Italian delegation a position that is absolutely in favour of an enlargement. We are fully convinced that new challenges may be successful, as in the past with the Baltic countries and the Eastern European countries. So we are fully convinced that what was a successful procedure in the past will be such in the future, and that includes Moldova and the other countries. Now, today, we are experiencing a very particular period. We're talking of rule of law, freedom. This is on one side of the field. On the other side of the field, we have opponents who are in denial of these values, and it is undeniable that in the past and currently there are countries and external forces that are trying to undermine Europeans' balance and dynamics, and we must try to contrast this. And as it has already been said, we mustn't sacrifice merits. We mustn't concede an enlargement without respecting the fair criteria. And another very important aspect is that we must avoid in Europe a process and that will go against the values that we have always upheld and which are the pillar of a story and a history that is one of success. Thank you.
Then I give the floor to Javier No, I already had. Richard Coles from Latvia.
Ucrania nos ha demostrado que
the Ukraine has shown us that the enlargement is a strategic necessity, as it is in Moldova and in Western Balkans. But there are two questions that have to be solved simultaneously. First of all, we have a conflict in the east, and we have a big conflict in the south. The answer that we have provided for the east is pretty good. We have trained and we have provided weapons, but in the south, we have had a correct policy, which means everything but lethal equipment. And it hasn't really been very successful because we haven't been able to train one single operational battle troop. And when we speak to the Africans, what they say is, well, if you're white and Christian, you provide us with weapons, but if you're black and Muslims, you only give us what is politically correct. And the consequence is Wagner and thousands of dead people, because we've sent people to a certain death because they haven't been properly dead. So our UTMs have been perfectly useless. So this is something that has to be solved. We have to get away from the politically correct, and we have to move towards what is useful. Secondly, I think that we cannot have unanimity, which means blocking resolutions. I think we have to move towards a qualified majority. All the rest is just beautiful words. Thank you.
Now I give the floor to Richard Coles from Latvia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, it's been 20 years since the largest EU enlargement, taking on board 10 countries. Europe still stands strong, united as never before. This is what we echo. So therefore, any hesitation on going further with enlargement with another 10 countries would be a false assumption. Everyone that being part of EU for the past 20 years, we have enjoyed the largest influx in our economy growth, security as well. So therefore, should be applied to the candidate countries as well. Merit-based approach is absolutely valid. Rule of law, absolutely. But what we have to make a clear 100% conditionality is the full compliance, not partial, but full compliance with the CFSP and CSDP policy. There should be no circumvention on these two policies. If the candidate countries fulfill these, only then we can go further. Because in the geopolitical times we live in, those two policies are paramount, that the candidate countries are actually in line with the EU policy enlarged. Last point I wanted to make, overproduction of regulation. That should be addressed for the incoming new European Parliament and the Commission as well. We have to apply the policy one in, one out. Because really, we are overproducing sometimes regulations, and that's why putting artificial hurdling blocks to the candidate countries. Thank you.
Thank you, Richard. And the next speaker is Laurinas Kasunias from Lithuania.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for pronunciations. It was good option. Russia is modeling two types of neighborhood. One type is totally controlled countries, and if these countries don't want to be controlled, we are trying to make a failed state. So, in our neighborhood, eastern neighborhood, I think we have a coming success story. It's Moldova, named Moldova. And this year, end of this year, will be hard times for Moldova. As you know, we have elections, president elections, which is also like a civilizational, cultural, geopolitical decision, and also referendum on membership into the EU. So be sure Russia will do a lot of things against Moldova, from informational warfare to hybrid pressure, many things. Just a good example, last week, the puppet government of Transnistria requested for joining Russian Federation. So it's just, beginning of turbulent times. So it's a question of mine, and I want to just highlight that Moldova will be on tension, will be paid by Russia harsh pressure. So do we have a contingency planning? Do we have contingency planning from EU already to be ready, to react, not just, with statements, but also to help the government as a state to survive this pressure? Because it's a question: do we have success story or not? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Je donne la parole maintenant à Gilles.
The floor is given to Mr. Baum from Luxembourg.
Enlargement or integration process is concerned, it's clear that Russia is trying to widen its circle of influence in the Balkan countries, as we saw during recent elections. Do you think it would be useful, or do you see the possibility of speeding up negotiations with countries with which the European Union is already in talks? I'm thinking in particular of Albania, Northern Macedonia, Montenegro, and not forgetting Moldova. Given the complicated diplomatic relations between Bosnia and Serbia and the Kosovo, do you think that these three countries should join the European Union at the same time?
Thank you so much. Then I give the floor to Carmelo Abela, de Malta.
Thank you very much, Chair. A very interesting discussion, both by the points raised by the panelists and also by colleagues from the floor. I think that concerns and ideas are all valid, and there is no one idea or one concern is better than the other, but all concerns and ideas are valid. So, in my opinion, the process of enlargement, or as Federica said, reintegration of other European countries, boils down to what will prevail in the end. Will the political process prevails on the maybe very long exercise in adopting the acquis? Will the readiness of candidate countries prevail rather than the decision to make the aspirations or their aspirations, especially of the younger generation, given more weight than the process itself? So yes, I totally agree that we need to continue the unwavering commitment of the principles of democracy, rule of law, and respect for human rights. But in the end, I think this is a two-way process where we member states need to also learn how to deal with the candidate countries, because this is a two-way process. And my question is this: are we better together or not? And I think we risk not being ready if we continue this waiting. So my conclusion is, yes, that we should not wait for institutional reform, because I believe that the EU will increase its relevance in the neighborhood and even globally if we have more member states. Thank you.
Thank you. I give the floor to Titus Corlatian from Romania.
Thank you. First of all, thank you to the distinguished panelists for their distinguished contribution. Secondly, for a country like my own, Romania, which indeed, I will take a comment from the panel, is still blocked by a veto by one member state before becoming a full member of the Schengen area, a veto which is violating the EU treaties. For such a country, it's essential what is happening in the neighborhood on both the Balkans and the Eastern Europe, because we are looking with the fundamental interest to see the advancement of the integration on both dimensions, European and Euro-Atlantic integration, where it's the case, of course. And this is why we have advocated since the Thessaloniki agenda that the only solution for the Balkan region is the full integration with all actors in the region. We have lost some precious years, unfortunately, because we have lost our, I quote, geopolitical interests, and when we are not present on the pitch, there will be all the time someone else, in our case Russia, to be ready to fill in our vacuum. Secondly, good news about the Balkans. Now we are changing the rhythm. I will add the need, especially in these complex circumstances, the need for a refreshed spirit of the dialogue between EU and Turkey, especially based on the European Commission and EEAS joint communication between EU and Turkey relations. This is a need. Last but not least, good news about Ukraine, the Republic of Moldova and Georgia. We are fully supportive for the adoption of the negotiation frameworks with Moldova and Ukraine in April, May this year, and for the first IGC meeting in the first semester of this year. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I give the floor to Predrag Bakovic from Slovenia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Dear colleagues, the world is undergoing a major test due to numerous crises, areas, and geopolitical changes. That is why Slovenia believes that the EU must remain highly united and coordinated of these issues, also with the aim of strengthening and positioning as a global actor. EU enlargement as a political and transformational process is even more important now in such times we are facing. We believe that expansion both the East and to the Western Balkans is the geostrategic interest of the EU. We fully support Mr. Charles Michel's statement by 2030, we meaning member states and candidates must be ready for expansions. We think that these goals should also be reflected in the next EU strategic agenda for the period of 2024 to 2029 and the long-term EU budget 2028 to 2034. First and foremost, the integration of the countries of the Western Balkans and Ukraine, Moldova and Georgia should remain the EU priority. Slovenia continues with an active policy and supporting on the EU enlargement process within these countries. We want to encourage the process of the countries in the accession process, and we are particularly focused on the accession process of Bosnia and Herzegovina. Hopefully, year 2024 would be an important milestone for the Bosnia and Herzegovina to access to the EU. Dear colleagues, I firmly believe that successful and credible enlargement process is an investment in peace, stability, and prosperity on the whole European continent. Thank you.
Thank you. And now I give the floor to different candidates. And first I give the floor to Georgia and dear colleague Maka Bochorisvili.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's an honor for me to represent Georgia as an EU candidate country at this conference today. I would like to express my gratitude for the support that Georgia received from EU member states to achieve this historic decision last December. It is significant that we are discussing EU enlargement at the Security and Defence Conference. This is proof that a safe and secure future for the European Union lies in our unity, while ensuring this unity requires the enlargement of the area of peace, security and prosperity without delay. Georgia's fight for independence and sovereignty dates back over 30 years. Despite Russia's aggression and its continuous illegal occupation of Georgian regions, we managed to transform the country and secure its place among democratic nations. However, we still have a long way to go to achieve our ultimate goal. We committed ourselves to necessary reforms and we need strong allies and support on this path. Time is extremely precious, and in today's complex, changing and unpredictable world, it would be a big geopolitical mistake to waste it on formalities and encountering wrong perceptions. For the success of the enlargement policy, EU membership negotiations should start immediately with all candidate countries. We all need effective mechanisms for integration, removal of existing barriers where possible in order to accelerate the process of economic and political integration of candidate countries into the European Union. It's clear that the success of enlargement policy is directly linked to European security and it should not be hampered for any reason. Thank you.
Thank you. And then I give the floor to Radu Maria from Moldavia.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair, and thanks to all for supporting our country. Today is a symbolic date because exactly 2 years ago, on March 4, 2022, we have submitted an application to become members of the EU, and our application made in the context of the Russian invasion in Ukraine has made it crystal clear that the EU integration for us is the only alternative, the only choice, the only way we have as a country. And our goal to join the EU is not only about economic growth and infrastructure projects, but it's first of all for us the fastest way to ensure peace in our country and democracy, which is threatened by hybrid means every day from the Kremlin in the wake of the presidential elections and EU referendum that we're going to hold in 2024. Of course, we believe that the negotiation process should be a merit-based, and that's why we were implementing structural reforms, justice reform, fighting corruption, and also we're strengthening our capacity. We recently created a new position of Deputy Prime Minister on EU integration and created a new office of EU integration under the Prime Minister. And all this progress is important in light of the historic EU referendum that we're going to have this year, where Moldovans will decide on their future. And that's why it's so important to have the support from you. And we'll ask you to accelerate the negotiation process and endorse your governments to organize an intergovernmental conference for launching official negotiations with Moldova during Belgian presidency. And last but not least, to approve a growth plan for Moldova to help us stay afloat economically. Thank you so much again for all your support.
Thank you. And next speaker is from Montenegro. It's Duško Štepović.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for giving me the floor. Dear colleagues, it is with great pleasure that I address you today on the topic of the EU enlargement, particularly concerning the progress and aspirations of Montenegro. First of all, after the election of the new government, the strong political will of Montenegro institutions to intensify the negotiation process and continue achieving tangible results in the field of judiciary particularly is clearly visible and recognized in the latest European Integration Council meeting. The revival of consensus-driven atmosphere and political dialogue in Montenegro signals a significant shift, demonstrating the collective commitment of all stakeholders to address European agenda commitments. Montenegro remains firmly committed to the European perspective of all regional countries toward the EU. Montenegro's accession to the EU would send a powerful message to the region and serve as a clear affirmation of the relevance of the enlargement policy. We hope that the upcoming European Parliament elections and the subsequent institutional completion will not impede our collective efforts toward these goals. Montenegro is an unwavering partner to the EU member states and a responsible NATO ally, as evidenced by our continuous alignment with the common foreign and security policy. In conclusion, Montenegro is fully committed to advancing its European integration process, guided by principles of democracy, rule of law, and transparency. We look forward to furthering our partnership with the EU and achieving our shared objectives for the benefit of our citizens and the entire region. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And our next speaker is Hulusi Akar from Turkey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As you know, the EU enlargement has gained new momentum in the face of Russian aggression against Ukraine and the urgent need to create a geopolitical European Union to address European and the global challenges. The EU's relations and cooperation with Turkey on regional issues must not be in a transactional and selective manner. Turkey asks only for fair treatment and a visionary approach in its EU accession process. The abuse of the veto right by some member states against any candidate country is counterproductive and it does not solve any problem at all. This approach is also against the EU's interests. Strengthening the Turkey's accession perspective can only contribute to the further EU reforms and alignment with the EU. The EU accession process remains a strategic goal for Turkey. Turkey is the longest-standing candidate whose membership contribution to the EU would be the most meaningful, useful, and comprehensive. Meanwhile, we expect the European Union to remove the measures adopted by the Council against Turkey in 2019. At the December EU summit, unlike other candidates, Turkey was not referred to in the enlargement section of the conclusions. Furthermore, the regional report regarding EU-Turkey relations drafted by the High Representative and the Commission was not taken up in the summit and postponed to the next one. We hope that the report will be taken up at the next summit in March and endorsed by the European Council so that we can strengthen our cooperation in all areas, including security, defense, and the foreign policy. Thank you.
Thank you. And then I give the floor again to Ivana Klimpush from Ukraine.
Thank you very much. Yes, we totally agree with Federica. It is about reintegration of Europe because we are, from Ukraine, returning right now back to historic cultural, political, and economic map of Europe, from where Russian Federation, being a Russian empire, then Soviet Union, has been trying to erase us for centuries. So we are extremely grateful for the historic decision that has been taken already in December 2023 with regard to opening the accession negotiations with Ukraine and Moldova, and I think geopolitically incredibly important, providing the candidate status to Georgia. And we are all benefiting right now from the process of transformation that we are going through as part of the Euro integration activities. And we are interested that this magnifying lens of attention to the reform agenda in our countries would be even more increasing on behalf of the European Commission, on behalf of the European Union member states. So we are hoping that the negotiation framework would be agreed upon in the Intergovernmental Conference already during the Belgian presidency. So my question to the panel is, what are the expectations on the timeline with regard to these negotiating frameworks being agreed upon? Thank you.
Thank you. And then I give the floor to Vasileios Ypsilantis from Greece.
Thank you, dear Madam Chair, dear colleagues. My country's position is that the EU reforms could proceed in parallel with accession process, and I think that EU is fit to enlargement, but at the same time we have to ensure that integrity and European acquis, the European Union must enlarge if it wants to stabilize its immediate neighborhood and prevent Russian influence for growing in the region. Both EU and its future member states must be prepared in the required reforms, especially in 3 areas: rule of law, capacity to act, and EU budget. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And then I give the floor to Minas Lidika from Lithuania.
Merci, Madame President. Thank you, Mrs. Chair. Is a success story. This year, on 1st May, we will mark Lithuania's 20 years as a member of the EU. We believe this is success for us, Lithuania, and for the EU as well. Enlargement countries now have a historic window of opportunity. All parties involved, the EU members and the aspirants, must accelerate their respective efforts to advance on the enlargement path. Enlargement process should remain merit-based. We expect full adherence of aspirants to common foreign security policy positions and sanctions, as well as setting priorities, rule of law reforms, and public communication on the EU, keeping citizens well informed and resilient to mailing disinformation. We welcome the historic decision by the European Council to start EU accession negotiations with Ukraine and Moldova. The decision to open accession negotiations is well deserved for Ukraine, and as a strategic geopolitical step of the EU side, fulfilling our moral obligation and expanding the zone of security and stability in our neighbor space. Despite brutal threats from Russia, Ukraine and Moldova have effectively implemented the reforms, strengthened their institutions, and firmly aligned with European values and principles. We will continue to support the accession process. Our experts are ready to share Lithuania's enlargement experience with Ukraine and Moldova. Thanks. Ačiū.
Thank you. And then our last speaker is from Turkey, Seda Görenbölük.
Merci, Madame la Présidente, chers collègues.
The enlargement was the most efficient tool of the European Union to spread democracy and liberty throughout the continent. Yes, there has been a positive evolution. The opening of negotiations with Ukraine and Moldova, the granting of candidate status to Georgia, yes, but it is imperative to keep alive the perspective of accession for the Western Balkans. Well, European Union showed a political willingness about enlargement in general. This was not, and I regret to say it, the case for Turkey. It seems that the interest towards enlargement is driven by the interest of the member states. Turkey is the most affected country by this policy. Negotiations were opened in 2005, and there were indeed obstacles that were thrown, most of them linked to the Cyprus question. We should evaluate thoroughly the credibility of this policy. Turkey is indeed part of the Balkan region, and we play a major role in the stability of the region. We are not an external actor, nor are we a competitor of the Western Balkans. We want results that will be advantageous for the whole region. Turkey and the European Union want to establish and maintain peace and encourage economic development in the Balkan region. And the Balkan zone has gained in interest in the present situation. And indeed, this will grow ever closer.
Thank you all for your
Je remercie.
contributions and also respecting time more or less, but in general it was. Thank you so much. And now I give the floor again to our speakers, and I give them a couple of minutes. You don't have to answer all difficult questions, but if you can do. So thank you so much for that. So I give the floor first to Federica Mogherini.
Thank you. First of all, thank you for excellent comments and questions, and I'm very relieved I can leave most of them to others. Premièrement, je voudrais toucher sur la toute première question.
I would like to come back on the first question about the role of national parliaments. It is of the essence, not only in view of the composition of this assembly, but also regarding the role of national parliaments to form national public opinion. If the enlargement policy of the EU has been given a new impetus, well, I think that the role of national parliaments will grow ever more important in the coming years. I think that this assembly will serve in order that national parliaments play their role to the full about values, European citizenship, and our identity.
I think that there is an elephant in the room that has been hinted at but not really mentioned explicitly, and I think it is going to be very important for us all collectively to be honest on some of the challenges we're facing. Sometimes we hear that we should be careful in enlarging and getting new member states because there is a risk of lowering our standards on rule of law, human rights and democracy. I believe that we should, for sure, keep this criteria extremely high on our agenda, as the institutions are already doing. But I also believe that it would be quite an illusion to imagine that these are challenges only for the newcomers and not for all other member states, because I believe that it is going to be very important. It is very important for all citizens of the European Union to be 100% sure that being it a founding member state or being the newly entered member state, our standards on rule of law, democracy and rule of law are the utmost, the most respected one. Second point I would like to touch upon is the question on enlargement as a peace and security issue. Indeed, it is, I think now more than ever. To me, it was evident also before, but I think that today it's evident also across the continent, not only in terms of prevention of conflicts and security threats, but also in terms of reconciliation. And in the Balkans, I think this is so evident that we wouldn't even need to, I think, spend much time on that. Third question I would like to address was a question that was directly put. Would we need to speed up on some new member states joining? Would we need to envisage a group coming all together at once in? Personally, again, it's merit-based, and it's others' job today to work on that. Personally, I believe that given the importance of the geopolitical imperative, as you mentioned, Gert-Jan, on the accession processes, and given the fact that some of the candidate countries are already NATO members and fully aligned on CFSP, I hope, and I would personally very much welcome if we could have at least some new member states joining, not only because of geopolitical reasons, not only because of that, but also to show that the credibility of the process of enlargement has restarted. This is another elephant in the room that I think we've not touched upon much today. There is a lack of credibility of the process, especially in the Western Balkans, and I think that we need to reinstall a sense of trust and confidence in the fact that the process is actually going to happen. Last but not least, on qualified majority voting, I might surprise you. I personally am not a big fan of qualified majority voting in foreign and security policy. I know that this is not an opinion that many have today, but I do think that, especially on foreign and security policy, the ownership of member states is a crucial asset, and that every time that we are able to decide by unanimity, which again I think is possible given political will, we should, not least to show a united front to our interlocutors that are maybe a little bit less of partners and more as interlocutors, sometimes difficult ones. I think that the more we can show our unity and portray our unity externally, the more we serve our own purposes and interests. So this is why I would be very cautious in going in that direction. And personally, I think, if I can be very blunt and I conclude, I wouldn't expect major issues on foreign and security policy in terms of unanimity decisions with the new member states or the future new member states, more than what we are facing already today.
Thank you so much again, and then I give the floor to Gert-Jan.
Thank you very much. Many questions indeed. Let me pick up where Federica left off. I mean, there was a question about how fast and who's ahead. Well, technically, I can give an answer in that there is one candidate country that has completed the most reforms, which is Montenegro. That is just an objective fact. The question is, how fast can it now progress? Seems to be a lot of renewed momentum. But then obviously the next question is, so how would the process look like in terms of taking on board new member states? Are you going to wait until you take on board all 9, or are there going to be groups, or is it going to be one by one? Those questions are genuine political questions, but my own personal view is that we do need to take account of the fact that if countries are ready, making them wait for a very long period of time would be problematic. So on a purely personal basis, I would be more looking at maybe small groups of countries joining as and when they are ready. The credibility of the enlargement process, I'm glad the point was raised. It is an issue certainly in the Western Balkans. I think here the renewed momentum also at the EU level is clear. We will need, to be honest, in the decisions and decision-making in Council, also to resist the temptation to deal with bilateral issues in the context of the enlargement process. That's always a risk, and it could derail the process, which is why I personally think in the longer run, maybe this issue of unanimity for some of the steps in the process on which there is presently a debate should be looked at carefully. In terms of other countries, two were mentioned explicitly, Armenia and Turkey. Turkey, of course, is a candidate country. I would like to remind everyone it is a candidate country. The negotiations are at standstill, but we have produced, together with the High Representative, a report suggesting concrete action. Turkey is, of course, a very important partner, and working on the areas that we have identified in a mutually beneficial manner would bring, we believe, many benefits. So we also hope that the discussion on this report will take place soon and that we can create some trust by working more closely on issues of mutual interest. Armenia is a different story. Here we have stepped up our support financially, economically. The country needs to decide where it is headed. It is confronted with many challenges, economic but also military. We, from our side, believe that the EU needs to stand with the country and assist it. But here the process is likely to be one that takes a path through different steps, not a very fast process of alignment as some have highlighted. I would maybe conclude by commenting on, there was a question on the negotiation framework. On this, I think our President has been clear that the Commission will be proposing negotiation frameworks for Ukraine and Moldova very shortly, so still this month. And I would like to conclude by a general observation, which is that the nature of this debate, which we're having today, and the energy in the room, shows that enlargement is back, because we didn't used to have these debates a few years ago. Thank you.
Thank you. And now, last but not least, I give the floor to Professor Van Ecke.
Yes, very shortly. Just one point, a question of Mr. Baum from Luxembourg about the speed of the process. It's already happening, given the speed, what we have seen, the decisions that have taken place in the last 2 years. So we already are in a different trajectory. That's the first point. The second point, I think the moment of truth, as far as the EU is concerned, will be the negotiations for the next MFF, because then it will become clear whether the EU has money set aside for accession. And 3, I would go for the 2 M's. So Moldova, because of the particular situation that it currently is, and I think indeed it's very crucial as we speak. We cannot give in to blackmail from Moscow. That means that if you are not in control of your full territory, it's not a reason not to become a member of the EU. And we have 2 interesting examples. Western Germany started as a founding member, and Cyprus is a full member of the EU. So let's make that clear vis-à-vis Moscow. And Montenegro, I think, to send a clear message to Banja Luka and Belgrade, that the future is in Brussels, is part of the EU. I think this would be a real new momentum creating for all the 6 Western Balkan countries. Thank you.
So thank you all. Thank you to the speakers for your hopeful and also positive messages in these turbulent times. And you called also the elephants in the room. Also important to mention them, to know for sure which elephants we are tackling. But it's important to have that window of opportunities for this enlargement, for this reintegration, and indeed to give a real step in that European integration to all candidate countries. Thank you so much for being with us and to give your insightful contributions. There is a family picture, but in your program there was mentioned that it would be on the terrace, but it will be here in this hall. And I like to call also the people with the red and blue tags to be on the picture. So we will do it right here in the different rows, and then the photographer will be from this side.
Can you ask the others to leave the...
What's it?
Good afternoon, colleagues. I propose we reopen our session, our midday session. I hope you enjoyed the lunch. This morning we talked about the support for Ukraine. We talked about the enlargement for the European Union. This afternoon we talk about the strategic compass and the European Union resilience. The theme of the session could not be more topical. More than ever, the European Union needs the actual operationalization of the strategic compass, and it remains to be seen whether the horizon of 2030 is not too far more so whether the objectives are sufficiently focused. The Russian aggression against Ukraine and the threats it poses to the rest of the Europe have already been mentioned today more than ever. NATO is a strong security partner, but we face uncertainty within the North Atlantic Alliance. All these factors influence and reinforce each other and mean that there is no simple answer to the difficult questions. The challenges we face require a multidisciplinary approach, of which defense is only one, but obviously a crucial aspect. We are in a crisis situation, and it is precisely in crisis situations that the strength, determination and resilience of an individual, of a country, of an organization is demonstrated. So the challenges we face now undoubtedly present opportunities of similar magnitude. Never waste a good crisis. How will the Union and its member states tackle this? How will it achieve the necessary interoperability, streamline planning, scale-up production of equipment and ammunition, secure supplies, secure infrastructure and corridors? Is there sufficient manpower and know-how? And how will the cooperation with our partner NATO evolve? That are all those questions we have to give an answer. I am extremely curious to hear the views of this from the three next speakers here, an excellent panel. For this session, we have invited three experts on the defense issue. First of all, Mrs. Nathalie Loiseau, Chair of the Subcommittee on Security and Defense of the European Parliament, General Robert Brieger, Admiral Michel Hofman, our Chief of Defense in Belgium. If you wish to take the floor, it's the same way as we worked this morning. You can already register your request according to the instructions given by my colleague Els van Hoof. Now, first of all, I will give the floor to Ms. Nathalie Loiseau in her quality of Chair of the Subcommittee on Security and Defense of the European Union. Madame Loiseau, the floor is yours.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you so much, Chair, dear Peter Boesrogge. As you've said for yourself, this comes as a very timely moment, this particular discussion. We're going through some rough times indeed. Those who had the intuition of the necessity of some sort of a white paper dedicated to EU defense and the necessity of a strategic compact could not have guessed that Russia would attack Ukraine. But this strategic compass came at the right time. The main urgency is to implement the compass completely so that we can go beyond words to make tangible and active progress towards an EU defense force. The war raging in the Ukraine is at the epicenter of all our concerns, and this war should lead us all, Europeans, to act more rapidly and more strongly for the sake of building EU defense, for helping out Ukraine, but also in a context where the US are becoming increasingly isolationist, whatever the stripes, the political stripes of their presidents. But we run a risk that by next November, uncertainties will rise or even skyrocket, or we'll be left with the certainty that the US are willing to turn their back on the European dimension. What we're calling for is for some reaction against most of the authoritarian regimes throughout the world. We are bearing witness of the increased popularity of imperialism. We Europeans were vaccinated against those abuses, and we find it hard to believe that some countries around the planet live in this fantasy of this brutal past, and they think that might is right, which is wrong. But in Europe, we are also the target of a hybrid war. We haven't declared war on any other countries or any other people, whereas others would go to great length to wage war against us, a war against us under the radar, with interference, disinformation, assault on our crucial infrastructure. This war has already started. Russia is the main actor in this hybrid war targeting us. Hybrid war is a hard fact today. It's not a hypothesis, it's another shape of war, but still it's very much brutal. The manipulation by Russia has become a weapon of mass destruction used against our democracies. And this manipulation also reaches as far as our European Parliament, looming over our forthcoming elections. A few weeks ago, we adopted a resolution at the European Parliament sounding the alarm relating to this Russian interference. This interference by Russia has never ceased to be carried out, but is being renewed on and on again. Moscow tells it as it is. Their aim is to create a system of allegiance or dependency of some political parties that would become their spokespersons, a set of spokespersons for their propaganda. Recently, some members of the European Parliament had their smartphones infected by spyware. Pegasus, to name it. The number of Pegasus users throughout the world makes it impossible to name and shame a culprit of this manipulation. But this reminds us that we MEPs are targets. Contrary to what some may say, what we think, what we say, the positions we take are considered as problematic to some regimes that are unfriendly to Europe's democracies. We Europeans ought to strengthen our role. We are no longer only users of technologies, but we need to manufacture our own defense technologies. I will keep it short because I don't have much speaking time. I'd like to list a few immediate priorities. You won't be surprised if I tell you that the top priority is the Ukraine. We need to do more, better, and more rapidly to help out Ukraine defeat Russia. There's no need to find or look for other words. Our interests, Europe's security, will hinge on the Russian defeat. We need to show resilience, sustainability against Russia. That's how we will win this war. We've done much more than what we used to do. We thought that peace was a given since the collapse of the Berlin Wall, since the end of the Soviet Union. We thought we had win over peace. We were living in comfort at the end of this chapter in history. Thankfully, we heard the wake-up call and we reacted. Self-satisfaction is the worst possible attitude we could have. We need to do more for Ukraine and for our own defense. The political willingness trickles through the political rhetorics, which is good news, but there's a gap between political willingness as narrated and the acts. And there's a huge challenge to take on, which is money. Money makes the world go round. We haven't taken on this challenge of funding our ambitious help program towards the Ukraine and of funding the reinforcement of our defense capacities. Our budgets are limited, are under stress. The industrialists are telling us we can deliver as fast as you can place your orders. Karia Kallas talked about the setup of this 100 billion fund for European defense industries. Let's listen closely, without further ado, to what was said. The industrialists cannot up the entes because the member states did not order or mandate the industrialists to manufacture more. The taxonomy that we set up in different fields comes with assets, but also comes with a huge downsides. It slows the investment, the private investment into the defense industry. We want a strategic exception to be accommodated for defense industrialists. If we want to implement this facility for peace rapidly, let's do this. Let's do this while releasing rapid funding. We need to up the antes, rise to the occasion. We inform you of the means we need to take on those challenges. We are a rich continent. We have riches, but so far we have not given us the necessary resources to take this on. We've managed to be the best continent not exposed to the COVID-19, which is good news. Let us protect ourselves best against this existential threat that looms over our safety and security. If we could take on the health challenge or health challenge, we can take on the security challenge for the sake of our children and grandchildren. We have unprecedented means to produce more ammunition, more weaponry, but those are not the purposes as such. Those are first little bricks that we need to build a bigger building, a bigger setting. Tomorrow, the EU Commission will present their strategy for defense in Europe, together with a program for funding the defense industry. This announcement comes at a later moment. It is welcome, of course, but this announcement has been postponed for too long. 2 years after the start of this aggressive war led by Russia against Ukraine. I'm wondering myself, and I'm asking you the question, beyond the words, beyond the well-founded rhetorics, as long as we do not have draft legislation ready for adoption, as long as we do not have monies to achieve our ambitions, well, our words will remain vain. Time has come to put money where our mouth is, actually. Our stability is not limited to this war in the Ukraine. Russia is leading a war against Ukraine, but together with their allies, the Russians aim at destabilizing the rest of the world in the Sahel region, to the detriment of people, locals, to the detriment of the war against terrorism. And those who are rejoicing are the predators in Africa, who are sure to remain in power thanks to Wagner or Africa Corp militias. The democracy, peace have lost, and we were kicked out. Let's tell it bluntly. Those who would cling on to some missions in the Sahel should show some dignity and some respect for the locals in this region. Those governments let coup being led or had nothing to oppose those coups, but those locals in the Sahel are aspiring to freedom, peace, but peace and freedom will not be granted to those populations as long as dictatorship and dictators will rule. Russia was already present in the Sahel region when we were still there, and we did nothing to prevent their action and destabilization forces. In Africa, our subcommission made many visits in Somalia and in other countries to witness the great work that was done to tackle piracy. The same is happening on again in the Red Sea with the backup of Iran. A new operation was, thank God, launched. I would like to congratulate those who helped deploy this operation very rapidly so that we can uphold freedom of circulation for merchant ships in the Red Sea. It's very important for our interests because this is an important merchant route towards Europe. We need to uphold freedom of circulation. It's important to us. It's important to those countries bordering the Red Sea. And we need to support those countries in the fight against those pirates. All this is just a start, I would say. Let us be vigilant. Let us not hone ambitions that we could not translate into fact. What we're doing in the Guinea Gulf, what we are trying to do in India, in the Pacific, hinges on the same logics. Freedom of navigation is an indispensable prerequisite for stability, peace, and freedom in Europe and elsewhere. In the face of interferences, we need to act and react more strongly in the European Union together with our allies. A few days ago, I visited Armenia. Armenia is still being threatened by Azerbaijan, allied to several countries, Turkey, Pakistan, but I've heard very positive words from President Erdogan, who is pledging to be working towards a peace. Armenia is also being threatened by interfering maneuvers led by Russia. This should help us understand that Russia once again is targeting a country trying to reform, to combat corruption and come closer to the EU. We should not disappoint Armenia. Moldova is also being targeted by Russian interference maneuvers. In the framework of hybrid war, we need to better collaborate, better protect ourselves with the support with our partners, since history repeats itself. Since 2014, when it all started in Ukraine, we could see the result of non-action. The European Parliament and the national parliaments can put their heads together to assess the situation and to analyze the need for a common EU defense. That would not be something that is at odds with the NATO, but with a complement to NATO. We need to become increasingly autonomous when it comes to defense in Europe. And sometimes there will be questions on which the US and us might not agree. And this would only be illogical for some matters, but we need to take matters into our own hands together with our allies in a more autonomous fashion. And I believe that this need will become increasingly important in the future. Thank you very much indeed.
The next speaker is General Robert Brieger, Chairman of the EU Military Committee. General, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I would go to start with a simple question. How can we enhance the clout of the European Union? And what is that we have to focus on to strengthen the resilience of our organization tomorrow and today and for the future? I would now like to contribute to this discussion with an additional military insight, but please, I can put your mindset at rest. I will not drift into ancient battles and the lessons identified and learned from that. Nevertheless, my intention is to give you a first brief overview of the security context we find ourselves today in my tenure as representative of the EU Chiefs of Defense. After this, the main point of effort and second part of my intervention will be a focus on my current top 3 priorities and their military implications. Based on these priorities, I will then emphasize the need for assimilation to the new strategic environment in order to show few practical examples that may increase the EU's resilience. One last introductory remark. Please bear with me and understand my contributions today as food for thought, which in the best case will provide impetus for further discussion. As mentioned, in order to identify what the circumstances are today, we have to look back first. It was in 2014 when the Russian regime attacked Ukraine, Crimean Peninsula. At the same time, the United States of America had clearly reoriented themselves towards the Indo-Pacific as part of the rebalance policy, or more hyped Pacific shift. The end of the Afghanistan mission in 2021 heralded the end of NATO's speak out of area operations, the unipolar world order, and the role of the United States of America as guardian of the rules-based Western system. At the same time, the political and economic confrontation between the United States and China is growing in magnitude and intensity with an impact to our domains. In parallel, we have had to observe a variety of coups d'etat and changes in Africa since 2020-2021, especially in the Sahel region. Along with ever more obvious active involvement of third states using to its full extent the hybrid toolbox at their disposal. In February 2022, the Russian regime then attacked Ukraine, which clearly marks a tectonic motion on geopolitics, economy, and the rules-based order in total. But let me mention this, even though we could not believe Putin would challenge the rules-based world order and endanger peace, freedom, and security, we were committing ourselves as EU member states to act. Surprisingly clear in closing the ranks and strong in our common commitments. I claim we were only able to demonstrate these strengths and unity because we created a strategic framework in advance. The clear united perception of the EU materializes by the endorsement of the Strategic Compass in March 2022. Placing a premium on the greater ability to act in support of our enhanced level of ambition against the backdrop of a stark but realistic threat analysis, not only but also in a clear response to Putin's war against Ukraine. From that moment on, the document sets out our common strategic course in spheres of security and defense, listing a flurry of actions and strands of work to be implemented. The new added value of this document is that it captures an analysis of the hostile environment in a 360-degree approach. At the same time, it seeks to bring greater coherence and a strong common sense of purpose to the EU's security and defense efforts. Hence, the foundation for the next steps is set, but strategy is always driven by reality. Derived from recent challenges, there are several short-term strategic priorities that require our immediate attention, not only from a military perspective. Why? Because by reflecting the priorities, we can pragmatically identify the need for action to enhance resilience. The first and most pressing priority in this challenge is the Red Sea. The attack by the Houthi on maritime traffic have a significant impact on European interest, not only the effect of economies for the European Union, but also the deteriorated strategic environment and its spillover effects is unacceptable. As the Strategic Compass declares, the European Union has a vital interest in the freedom of navigation ensured by a coordinated maritime presence. Therefore, the EU recently launched Operation Aspides in clear response to the Houthi attacks. This reaffirms a significant contribution to maritime security in the Red Sea, but also marks a turning point in the EU's ability to act militarily. For the first time, EU's armed forces are being deployed in a non-permissive environment. This entails a greater risk and a new quality of challenge for our soldiers, but also for the political leadership in Brussels. This results in a necessity for a new quality in cooperation between the military and the politicians in order to face challenges in a non-permissive environment. By setting up tabletop exercises, the political and military bodies will achieve this goal. The second priority is the EU's eastern border, and with that the Ukraine. We are currently in a standoff situation. Of course, the progress of war and conflicts is never clear, predictable. But I think it is badly needed to assume neither party will be able to win this war in short term. A key factor for success is to enhance the European defense industry. And let me be clear, it is not about how much money is spent, but how it is invested. To achieve victory for Ukraine, the political wish to act as long as it takes has to be transformed into an actionable political will based on a unified political strategy. This is a long-term effort that requires political leadership. The third priority is the Sahel region. Instability, humanitarian crisis, and the recent coup d'etat have created enormous potential for further crises and conflicts. At the same time, we have to recognize that the EU is currently stuck in a state of strategic stagnation. Now it is time to find pragmatic solutions in order to keep engaged and relevant in Africa and the Sahel region. As an interim conclusion, I would like to emphasize that all three of these highlighted and very multi-layered priorities have one thing in common. The European Union must strengthen its resilience by reviewing its strategy and enhancing its military capability to act. At the same time, all three priorities require specific strategic amendments. So if we visualize the priority number 1, Red Sea, we quickly detect that a resilient organization should be capable of enhancing intelligence structures. A constant determination of the situation is essential in order to make the best possible military decision for deployment of forces. Command and control system, a redundant and resilient command and control structure is highly necessary for every kind of scenario. Credible forces, including a reliable and robust provision of joint force packages and reserves in accordance with the ever-present principle of single set of forces. Stable logistics and support, ammunition and a feasible and pragmatic logistics is essential in all phases of the operation. This includes trained expertise and knowledge about infrastructure, transport and administrative affairs. This enabling function is an integral part of all our efforts. Conducting military operation is in a non-permissive, that means risky, environment. With regard to Ukraine, many requirements to amend can be identified. Among others, the following is highly necessary to strengthen EU's resilience. Increase the capabilities and capacities, a rise of infrastructure measures, military capabilities and capacities for the production and maintenance of ammunition is necessary. Harmonize defense spending. to identified and harmonized in order to have the necessary EU-created system available on time. Strategic autonomy, to become a fully fledged defense union which will always act with partners when possible, but also autonomously if needed. A closer look at Africa and the Sahel region also reveals many necessities to amend. Clear political guidance, the European solidarity in the region has to maintain in order not to lose Africa and to make an offer for third parties like Russia and China. As soldiers, we need guidance to plan and act upon. Integrated, holistic approach. Due to the geographically, ethical and religious differences in the African continent, an integrated and holistic approach must take into account the complexity of conflicts, populations and challenges. In doing so, the interaction of civilian and military components is essential. The EU RDC as a framework to swiftly deploy up to 5,000 tailored troops to respond to imminent threats and react to crisis situations. Picking up my initial question, how and in which way strengthen EU and its resilience, let me conclude with the essence of my intervention. Only if we can achieve new quality to act, including enhanced cooperation between the politics, the military and the defense industry, the European Union can remain a credible and resilient global actor. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, General. And now the floor is to Admiral Michel Hofman, Belgian Chief of Defense.
Thank you, Mr. Breusrover. It's an honor for me, ladies and gentlemen, to address this esteemed audience today and contribute to discussions surrounding the common foreign and security policy and the common security and defense policy. And I will do that from a national Belgian defense perspective. Allow me first to begin by emphasizing the pivotal role of our democratic institution, both at the European and national levels. The European Parliament and our national parliaments serve as the backbone of our democracies, upholding the core values of our societies and fostering vital connections between the citizens and political leadership. Today, as we navigate through the complexities of the evolving geopolitical landscape, it is imperative that we acknowledge the role of our political leadership in addressing the challenges that threaten our fundamental values and interests. And that is what is at stake now. With the full-scale invasion of Ukraine 2 years ago, we as Western nations got a wake-up call nobody can ignore. The message was apparently clearly understood and further echoed by many political and military leaders at the Munich Security Conference, but also in Kiev during the meeting commemorating 2 years of war. You could interpret those messages as being a call for additional budgets for defense, which is acknowledged by many. But I would invite you to read it as a call for more preparedness. We should indeed prepare ourselves, our armed forces, and our society. And we should get ready now, in peacetime, whilst it is still possible. And in my view, there is an extraordinary opportunity for the European Union. The world around us is changing at an unprecedented pace, presenting us challenges that require a comprehensive, coherent and unified response. In this approach, the support and commitment of governmental departments, civil society organizations, industry, but also from all citizens, become indispensable elements in a concerted and enduring effort to safeguard our way of life. Preparing ourselves for an unpredictable future is not solely a task for our military or intelligence agencies. It transcends the traditional whole-of-government approach and instead calls for a broader, more inclusive strategy, a whole-of-society approach. At the heart of our discussions today lies the dilemma we face in Belgium, but also in many other European countries. The dilemma involves navigating the EU strategic compass amidst the support to Ukraine and the variety of resilience challenges we all face. This encapsulates the multifaceted nature of the security landscape, a landscape that demands both credible deterrence and unwavering resilience. First and foremost, the concept of credible deterrence stands as a cornerstone of our defense strategy. To achieve this, we must bolster our readiness and preparedness at all levels. This entails not only enhancing the capacity of our defense forces, but also ensuring their enablement through modernization and ambitious training initiatives. Being prepared and showing this to our adversaries is the best way to create the desired effect, which is deterrence. And deterrence will be credible if we have robust and capable military forces available, equipped, enabled, interoperable, and if we demonstrate our capacity to deploy and sustain those forces in all corners of our continents or beyond. From a military perspective, our focus must therefore be twofold. First, we must focus on the readiness of the forces, strengthening our forces' capacity through strategic investment in modern equipment and technologies, while enhancing training programs to ensure our troops are prepared for the diverse range of challenges they may face, including in a high-intensity environment. Second, we should focus on building resilience within our forces in order to maintain operational effectiveness in the face of evolving threats and sustainability through robust logistics and support systems. In this context, the European Union's strategic compass is of paramount importance. It offers a comprehensive framework within which we can align our efforts, ensuring coherence and synergy across our defense initiatives. Act, engage, partner, and invest are not hollow concepts. No need to emphasize neither on the complementarity between the strategic compass and the NATO's deterrence and defense of the Euro-Atlantic area, the DDA plans. NATO-EU cooperation should indeed ensure complementarity and avoid unnecessary duplication. As a very tangible objective of the strategic compass, it is of utmost importance to get the EU rapid deployment capacity on track, train it and use it across all different domains, land, air and maritime, of course, but also in the cyber and in space domains. In my view, ASPIDES was an opportunity to test our resolve to stand up an EU RDC, even if it didn't correspond to the operational scenarios that we described. It is an important example of how the EU needs to be ready to protect its vital interests, and we may be proud that this operation was recently launched. Let's admit also, and I might be a little bit more critical, that it took too long to decide and to deploy European Navy ships in theater. There is still work to do when it comes down to the speed of decision-making process if the EU wants to be seen as a credible and reliable security provider. And off the record, we will also have to demonstrate our ability to sustain the effort in time if the situation in the Red Sea and Gulf of Aden calls for it. Developing resilience in the maritime domain is an important objective, of course. With our open economies, our dependence on the sea lines of communication, with the vast maritime borders of the European Union, ensuring maritime security is indeed paramount. But to enhance our resilience in the maritime domain, we must invest in technologies and strategies that enhance our ability to monitor and protect our maritime domain, both above and underwater. You will understand, enhancing resilience is not a sole military responsibility. It is a collective responsibility where military and civilian cooperation offers so many opportunities and multiplies the effect and the effectiveness of our efforts. But it is also required in other domains. We need indeed to enhance our resilience against hybrid threats by strengthening our ability to counter those threats. This can be achieved through improved intelligence sharing and response mechanism. This hybrid threat is directly related to the cybersecurity as a critical capability in safeguarding our digital infrastructure and information networks. This was extensively discussed during the dual use seminar organized under the Belgian presidency last week in Ghent. Cyber is everywhere and is a perfect case study for the enhancement of civil-military cooperation. This brings me to another topic where civil-military cooperation is of utmost importance: military mobility. In plain words, this means facilitating the swift movement of troops and equipment across borders, using adequate road and rail infrastructure in order to ensure timely and effective response capabilities. This is a typical domain where EU and NATO can and need to cooperate even more. The EU disposes of financial and legal institutional tools to the benefit of military mobility and can facilitate and enable NATO regional plans. A clearer example of a win-win situation is difficult to find within the realm of security and defense of Europe. In order to tackle all those challenges, we need to reinforce the EU's defense technological and industrial base. A stronger industrial base will not only offer economy of scale, but also provides more options for capability acquisition. From this perspective, I believe that the upcoming EU Commission should expand its support and incentives for reinforcing fast enough our European defense and technological industrial base. I look forward to the EU defense industry strategy, which will be published soon by the Commission. Successful cooperation on this topic will furthermore give long-term perspectives for interoperability and enhanced common strategic culture. And as for military mobility, an increase in military capability of EU member states is also beneficial for NATO. The potential role for the European Investment Bank is leveraging financial mechanisms to support key defense projects and initiatives need probably further consideration. The current security challenges might force us to move beyond dual use and to also finance military-only initiatives. Special times sometimes call for special measures, and our times may well be an example of this expression. Last week, Ursula von der Leyen urged Europe to spend more, spend better, spend European. This only underscores the urgency of our tasks. We'll need indeed to spend more to fill our gaps in ammunition stocks, in spare parts, and fill also some capability gaps. We'll need to spend better to increase our interoperability and create synergy. We'll need also to spend European, realizing though that for some very high-end capabilities, we'll need also to rely on our allies in the United States. Her call highlights the need for collective actions in areas such as joint procurement of military equipment, a European strategy for defense industrial development, and eventually the implication of the European Investment Bank. We, military, haven't waited to go forward, and this has been assimilated by many nations, but definitely also in Belgium since decades. International cooperation has been a policy for the Belgian defense since very long. The cooperation or integration between the Belgian and Dutch navies is a reality since many years. It has been translated in other domains, like the strategic partnerships between the Belgian and French armies in the land domain, the establishment of a European Air Transport Command, where the Belgian airlift capability is embedded, or also the creation of the multinational multi-role tanker transport unit in Eindhoven to fill an important EU capability gap. Other nations have happily been following the example since then. The German-Netherlands Corps is the most prominent form of integration between armies in Western Europe. I'm convinced that Scandinavians or Baltic states will easily find opportunities to spend better. I can assure you that sovereignty has never been an obstacle to develop those initiatives. Those examples demonstrate the benefits of pooling our resources and expertise to achieve greater operational efficiency and effectiveness. They demonstrate our ability to overcome national or even EU reflexes that sometimes stand in the way of creating the desired effect. And I deliberately chose both EU, NATO, and multilateral initiatives with EU and non-EU member states, because in the end, we all aim for the same objective: to increase the security of the citizens in Europe. A dose of Belgian pragmatism and willingness to cooperate might be sometimes good and could help and inspire others. To go forward, it is essential to recognize the pivotal role played by various directorates within the European Commission. Entities such as DG Move, DG Connect, DG Taxit are instrumental in ensuring the seamless coordination of efforts and the implementation of key initiatives. And if I would have a simple request to you, is reduce and simplify bureaucracy. In conclusion, I wish to emphasize that cooperation is not merely a strategic choice. It is imperative. It is a matter of mindset and attitude, requiring us to transcend traditional boundaries and forge new partnerships. Cooperation should be viewed in the broadest sense of the word, encompassing collaboration between EU and partners in NATO, between military and civilian entities, and amongst the nations of Europe. By adopting a holistic approach, a whole-of-society approach, we can harness the collective strength of our societies to confront the challenges ahead. Let us build a future where our resilience is unwavering, our deterrence is credible, and our commitment to the values and peace and security is resolute. Thank you very much for your attention.
Less bureaucracy. I love it, Admiral. Now, ladies and gentlemen, the floor is yours. We have already a long list of interventions. You know, you have 90 seconds, and I will take it serious, the 90 seconds. Obviously, you have a lot of remarks, a lot of questions, because of the long list. And we start with André Flau. Je commence par André Flau.
We'll start with Mr. André Flau, member of the Chamber of Representatives of Belgium. Thank you, Chair. What I've just heard, I can fully endorse. As of right, we've taken tangible actions to move in the right direction. Your analysis was heard a long time ago. Things are moving ahead too slowly because of bureaucracy, maybe. But the whole idea of this EU budget line for defense was something that has been in the air for long. But we're going through a new deal. We have new geopolitical conditions. The West has lost its leadership because of our attitude. It is obviously the case in Africa. I heard you say, General, that we cannot afford to lose Africa. I don't think that this is a fortunate way of expressing yourself. If Africa is turning its back on us, it's not because of Africans, it's because of the way we behaved in some regions in Africa at some point in time. Things have to move. We need to spend not only more but better. We need to simplify DP procedures within our own army corps. And there's another important thing that you've just said, because it's something that is laid at our door as MPs. What are we to do when we have to arbitrate between defense expenditures and social expenditures? At some point in time, we will be faced with this dilemma, and the way we respond to this dilemma will influence our public opinions. Mr. Bennett.
Herr Präsident. Sehr geehrte
Thank you, Mr. President, dear colleagues. To start, I would like to talk about the relationship between the European Union and NATO. It is very important that we do not see this as an alternative, but these should complement each other, I believe. And against this backdrop, I would also like to welcome our Finnish and Swedish friends joining NATO. And I would like to underline that my conservative political party has, or the party I come from, has always supported that. And I would like to join General Rieger, who talked about this second wave of changes after 1945, so better cooperation and better coordination between military and civil domains. And our priorities are very different now after decades of peace in Europe. And it is our joint task to improve our defense capacities, maybe up to and including an EU army.
Now, from Austria, Christine Schwarzfuchs.
Thank you. Dear colleagues, the Strategic Compass for Security and Defense is a foundational document and roadmap for actions until 2030, and is of high importance in ensuring our collective security. As Austrian priorities in implementing this compass, we emphasize the role of the European Union as a provider of security through enhancements in military and civilian crisis management, including the establishment of a rapid response force. We advocate for an integrated approach in addressing crises and conflicts and seek to strengthen the European Union cooperation with the United Nations and the OSCE. Furthermore, we aspire for an EU leadership role in areas of disarmament, non-proliferation, and arms control. We are committed to promoting and reinforcing human rights and humanitarian law, as well as implementing the agenda of the UN Resolution 1325. Additionally, we support capacity building efforts in countries outside the European Union, particularly in the Western Balkans. It is up to us to collectively implement these priorities and ensure the security and stability of Europe. The EU can play a crucial role in promoting peace and security worldwide, and Austria will firmly support these efforts. Thank you.
And now from Greece, Stefanos Kikas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dear colleagues, certainly the European Union should adopt to the new strategic environment. This is something that is imperative. According to Strategic Compass, we, the European Union, have, of course, the right to protect its interests. Therefore, and regarding the security situation in the wider Red Sea area, we are particularly concerned by the ongoing Houthi attacks. Greece, as a security provider and an actor of stability in our wider region, is assuming, as you are well aware, the leading role in the new maritime security operation EUNAVFOR Aspides, by providing the operational headquarters in Larissa, as well as one frigate. It is also an opportunity for the EU to increase its international visibility and reconfirm its role as an effective security provider with this operation. Last but not least, we should convey the appropriate public and private messages to the countries of the region that Aspides is purely a defensive operation for safeguarding freedom of navigation and has by no means any offensive purposes. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now we're closing the list of interventions, and the next speaker is from Poland, Michał Kobosko.
Thank you, Chair. The recent spy leak of the Bundeswehr high-rank officers' conversation is showing how serious the situation became to all of us. Firstly, that the Russians are listening to us Europeans, and that they are listening very carefully. Secondly, that we and our military are having kind of arms delivery and production capacity conversations that should have taken place long months ago. Time to deliver Taurus missiles and other top-end equipment is now, not in a year or two. Frankly speaking, we are a bit fatigued, but not with the war, but with the constant discussions, if not disputes, among our partners, specifically between our French and German friends, regarding who delivered or who declared more aid to Ukraine. We all, or almost all, already did a lot to help Ukraine. But this is simply not enough. Much more needs to be done, firstly to help Ukraine, but secondly to secure our own defense and to strengthen the EU resilience. We welcome several initiatives aiming to increase the ammunition production capacities in Europe, as well as importing ammunition from third countries. The US is there and will be there whoever becomes the next president of the United States, but Europe cannot fully rely on US protection any longer. Last night we were walking down the beautiful streets of Bruges, and we had these disturbing thoughts among our Polish delegation. You have such an amazing city with amazing history also because you have never experienced the presence of the Soviet or Russian army here. So do whatever you can to avoid their presence in the near future. That's our message. Thank you.
Thank you. The next is from Romania, Georgita Mindruta.
Yes, thank you very much. Romania will continue to be strongly involved in consolidating EU's international profile in the area of security and defense. This should be tailored to the existing needs and the specificity of EU in full synergy with NATO. The commitment to a strong transatlantic connection and the strength and defense that brings added value to Euro-Atlantic security are fundamental principles for us. Romania strongly supports the intensification of cooperation between the EU and NATO and the expansion of the partnership between the two organizations in accordance with the third joint declaration. A European defense also requires defense capabilities and ability to respond to security challenges and threats. In this context, defense investments are essential. The efforts to provide necessary financial assistance via the European Peace Facility, which has become a critical tool in support of Ukraine and other vulnerable partners, such as the Republic of Moldova, are considerable. The Republic of Moldova remains heavily affected by the Russian war against Ukraine, being also a target of Russia's hybrid war, by using local proxies, weaponizing energy, and using disinformation and propaganda. Romania will engage its transition towards a scalable and modular approach meant to make civilian CSDP more agile, flexible, effective, and efficient. An updated national implementation plan will focus on aligning with the Council's commitment to building and strengthening the EU's role as a global security provider through civilian CSDP missions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Maintenant, je passe la parole à Nathalie Pouzireff de la France.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Je parlerai.
Thank you, Chair. I'll be speaking in French. We can all agree to say that under the present circumstances, we need to enhance our manufacturing capacity for missiles, for ammo, and I can assure you that France has tripled its capacity for manufacturing ammo, has reduced by 2 the production deadlines for missiles. We're doing our utmost. In this spirit, we cannot but concur with the proposal of Caracallis for the creation of 100 billion fund. This would be an incentive for our industries, for our companies that are willing to further invest in their production capacities, which will consolidate our capacities to manufacture across Europe. How about the ACE app tools, and how about the card, which is a useful midterm planning tool? I'd like to add that we need to provide solutions to guarantee our EU sovereignty. We need to anticipate and master our interdependencies, delisting on commodities, raw materials, spare parts. We need interoperability mechanisms with NATO. I'm calling for the strengthening of the EU pillar of NATO. We need more leadership, more unity, less rivalry in order to further engage the US and other partners alongside our union. It is a price that we have to pay for our sovereignty and our further integration in Europe. That's how we can take our own destiny, our own fate into our own hands in Europe.
From Czech Republic.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'll be speaking in French as well. I have a question to Mrs. Loiseau, but this will come at the very end of my contribution. We talked about weaponry industry, and all the contributors have shared with us their consideration in this respect. We cannot but see that manufacturing volumes as such, that we need not only the industry to further commit, but merchant bank and trade banks also need to up their antes. And too often our national banks in the Czech Republic follow the instructions of their mother companies whose headquarters are located abroad for reasons of internal regulations. Those banks would rather bet on saving the environment, on keeping peace at all costs, and are convinced that opting out of the defense-related investment is good for them. At the EU level, the taxonomy has been opened up for further support to be lent to the weaponry industry. One day, the European Investment Bank will open up their statutes for enhancing funding of the armament industry. But can we not further discourse more urgently within our own parliaments and within the European Parliament, because the needs are immediate? Otherwise, we run the risk of stifling our own armament manufacturing industry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and it's heartening to see two very senior military personnel and naval personnel here today talking about cooperation. A recent study by the Policy Exchange in the UK spoke of closing the back door and specifically singled out the weak link in Europe, which is Ireland, my home country. And it's not easy to be here talking about the need for cooperation and support. The Atlantic Ocean, which we cover 10 times our landmass with one ship, and I don't believe that's possible. And I'm calling today for what I would call the establishment of an Atlantic fleet that would allow ships from all naval services to patrol the Atlantic from Sagres in South Portugal right up to the Norwegian Sea. That all ships would have the power of arrest within European waters, and the only criteria would be arrested vessels would have to be landed in the nearest port and dealt with by the state that they were brought to. I don't have a lot of time. I want to address very quickly the issue of cybersecurity. 97% of data cables travelled through Irish waters. just imagine what would happen to our European economy if those cables were compromised, and it's likely that they are already well mapped. On the issue of cybersecurity, I'm calling on the European Union to fund cyber awareness programs 100% for all countries within Europe. Unless we get our population cyber aware, we are constantly vulnerable. Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Chairman. Excellent conference. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Teresa Scavenius from Denmark.
Thank you. I support the resilience approach to defense politics. I think this broad perspective is really important because one thing is to react to one specific threat, another thing is to avoid threats and to maintain peace. And I think this institution we are in now, this meeting, is one example of how effective the European Union has been in maintaining peace across borders. So our strength lies really in how we live together across borders and make peace stable and possible. But I also strongly support that we have a collaboration of a defense in a military sense, and I think it's really important in terms of understanding the fragile American situation. But I also think, and that's what is part of the discussion already now, is really what type of challenge are we facing? Yes, we have concrete ones which we can answer with military means, but we have also a lot of other types of conflicts. It's about climate change, migration wars, it's the destabilization of a global economic situation, it's information wars, it's hybrid wars, it's attack on satellites, etc. And all these things we need other type of means to address. And therefore I think it's really important to address the dual-use equipment strategy, that everything that we put money into is also a civil defense. And it's also important that we see security politics also as a way of thinking trade politics, energy politics, agriculture politics, because when we talk about Africa, destabilization in Africa, it's about understanding how our agricultural and trade politics affect African politics. It's about enlargement politics, it's about social politics, so it's really about having this European approach to defense.
Thank you. Next speaker from Croatia is Nikola Mazar.
Honorable Chair, esteemed members of Parliament, dear colleagues, the strategic compass defines our common priorities and concrete guidelines for the Union's action in the field of security and defense for the next 5 to 10 years. Croatia welcomes the results achieved in the 2 years of implementation of the strategic compass. Through the implementation of the tasks planned under the Chapters Act, Secure, Invest and Partner, significant progress has been achieved in the development of defense capabilities in all domains. Effectiveness in the implementation of the compass will clearly demonstrate the degree of unity and strategic culture of the Union and its members, and will contribute to a stronger positioning of the European Union as a security actor. Croatia is committed to the implementation of the strategic compass, especially the establishment of the rapid deployment capacity, as well as the improvement of military mobility at the national, European and NATO levels. We especially emphasize the importance of military mobility within the framework of EU-NATO cooperation, bearing in mind the membership of many countries in both organizations and the need to harmonize standards. We witnessed cases of hybrid threats, as well as numerous examples of disinformation attempts recently. Further cooperation with our strategic and like-minded partners is essential to re-establish a rules-based international order. In this regard, the Republic of Croatia will continue to support the development of cooperation with strategic and like-minded partners, such as NATO, the United States, and other key partners. Thank you very much.
Next speaker is from Latvia, Richard Skols.
Yes, thank you very much, Chair. Obviously, it's good that we have the strategic compass and that we're not reviewing, but assessing each year. And I understand 2025 will be the time when we're going to review it entirely. On top of what has been said, and it seems we have narrowed down only on the military dimension, but it has, as my good Irish colleague mentioned, other important areas of strategy that needs to be implemented. Cyberspace is one of those. The space in general especially in the light of Russia's announcement that actually they're planning to launch the nuclear weapon into space. What Europe is going to do with its strategic assets in the space? If that happens, what are our reserve positions on that? And on top of that, I wanted to raise the question on, somebody mentioned Africa, Sahel. We've been calling for years, actually, to sanction Wagner as a terrorist organization. And in the meantime, we see that we pull out, Europe is pulling out from Sahel, and Wagner is taking over and destabilizing the whole region. And on top of that, we have development assistance still in place that should be also an instrument within the strategic compass, how Europe is expressing its influence across the world. And I really applaud a fine example, Sweden, that recently withdrew all the development assistance they had towards Rwanda. And you know why? Because Rwanda was more and more aligning with Russia, and that was the main reason. And I think that should be the policy of the EU as a whole as well when it comes to development assistance, because the world has become black and white. There is no gray area. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is from Italy, Nike Gruppioni.
Thank you. Dear colleagues, starting in March 2020 with the COVID-19 pandemic, Europe found itself radically changed. It had to adopt a new approach which would welcome new reform, suspending the rules of the Stability Pact and activating a general clause to prevent state aid. The European Bank Action and the Next Generation Fund make it clear that Europe wants to go back to the principles that it was founded upon. A Europe which is capable of reinforcing social cohesion and to promote solidarity among European member states. With that in mind, and bearing in mind that from Ukraine to Gaza, security is more and more important, we think it's paramount to work on the future of the security architecture in Europe in all its dimensions. In order to strengthen the common security and defense policy on the medium and long term. Also, there are more and more authoritarian states such as North Korea and Iran, not to mention the great destabilization in the Middle East. These are all threats to the European project. We therefore share the main objectives of this chapter. By 2025, we should have up to 5,000 units as part of the rapid response mechanism, which would have to be used to promote European security and defense. We should also strengthen CSDP operations and have a more flexible decision-making approach. And what happened in the Red Sea was a clear example. I'll wrap up. The current international situation is highlighting how Europe is lagging behind in terms of Europe autonomy and the way the world works. That's why strengthening.
Next speaker is from Slovenia, Andrej Poglajen.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Dankeschön, Herr Vorsitzender, liebe Kollegen und Teilnehmer. Wir haben ja heute über die vielen Bedrohungen und auch Lösungen etwas gehört, zur Sicherheit, strategischen Planung, Resilienz der EU. Aber ein Punkt ist nicht angesprochen worden, nämlich das Problem der illegalen Immigration, den Hoheitsgebiet der EU, illegale Immigration. Da ist zu sprechen über das Übereinkommen von Dublin. Illegale Migration ist eine Straftat sozusagen. Und wir haben es ja gesehen, was Russland auch versucht hat, über den Proxy-Staat Belarus die Migranten nach Europa zu schicken. Und wir haben da dank Polen gesehen, dass da schnell gehandelt werden muss und entschieden bei so einem Problem. Leider
The migration pact that's in the legislation process right now is not good enough for the other member states to protect ourselves and our countries. When we draw the line, we can see that countries with firmer and stricter migration policies are safer and have lower rates of crime and other things as well. So when we're talking EU safety, we must first make sure that our member states and our territories are safe. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker is from Georgia, Irakli Beraya.
Thank you, Chair. Security and defense are among key areas of EU-Georgia cooperation, and let me reaffirm our commitment to achieving highest convergence with EU policies and standards. As threats to our shared values grow in number and scale, becoming even more unpredictable, robust military and security capabilities of the EU play a crucial role for our shared security and stability. Georgia has been successfully contributing to EU's peace and stability efforts worldwide, and we seek to further deepen our mutually reinforcing and beneficial partnership. My country has been adapting to deteriorated security environment through bold steps, including but not limited to refining legislative and institutional framework of our defense and resilience, making it more interoperable with EU and NATO, increased defense spending, capabilities to counter hybrid threats, measures to enhance cybersecurity, critical infrastructure protection, and achieve stronger societal resilience. Our robust support will remain instrumental, and EU's robust support will remain instrumental in further strengthening our capacities in all those areas. Furthermore, Russia's aggression against Georgia and Ukraine demonstrates the necessity of firm and consistent strategy on the wider Black Sea security. We look forward to working with the EU on concrete dimensions within strategic compass, including promoting security in the Black Sea, strengthening resilience, upgrading cooperation, encountering hybrid threats, and exploring new cooperation possibilities, such as involving Georgia in PESCO projects. We would also highly welcome increased EU and NATO engagement in the region and their synchronized efforts in Georgia. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is from the European Parliament, Javier Nart Penalver.
We've spoken about the situation in the Sahel, which is really paramount for Europe because it is our southern front. In the Sahel, the main problem has been Mali. In Mali, we've had a training mission, a UTM, for many years, which has been completely useless. We've just thrown money out of the window, or we haven't trained a single person. We haven't been able to train one single battle group, and that is the result of a very poor mandate that didn't allow the generals on the ground to do something useful. It wasn't the military's problem, it was a political problem because we granted a mandate that was based on political correctness. It's really outrageous that when something similar happens in the Ukraine, i.e. when we need to defend our fronts, then we train and we provide weapons. However, in Virikoro, in Mali, a training on mobility was offered in a closed room. So that is the problem. Limited mandates because of political correctness. And that is something that the EU must understand and must know.
Montenegro, Nikola Zirojevic. Sorry.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, I must emphasize that I fully agree with the position which seems to me to be generally prevalent at the EU level, that the situation on the global political and thereby on the European soil has completely changed. Although just over 2 years ago we might have been inclined to believe that we would no longer witness horrific war devastation in Europe, the Russian invasion of Ukraine has convinced us otherwise. Today, for more than 2 years, war has been raging on the territory of Europe in a country that is a candidate for EU membership. These events have led to the strengthening of the idea that, despite very close and partnership relations with NATO, the European Union needs a strong own defense system. Today, Europe faces, in addition to the war that still rages in Ukraine, Russian threats of invasion on another candidate country for membership, Moldova. It poses the question, do we have the strength to protect not only Moldova, but also the Balkan states, Montenegro, from which I come, from such or a similar scenario? Such states, Talking about the example of Montenegro, especially need protection from hybrid threats. Therefore, unfortunately, we are quite well aware that defense does not only imply mere territory defense, but also a strong fight and protection from hybrid threats, which we are facing more and more each day. In the past 5-6 years, the state from which I come has been particularly exposed to these hybrid influences, and I can freely say that changing the nature of society and its democratic capacity can be just as dangerous as bombs and missiles. Because all of this, I believe that it is of crucial importance that the EU, together with the candidate countries for membership, work on strengthening their own defensive capabilities, which will also result with the contribution to the strength of the NATO, not at all to represent a threat to anyone, but solely and exclusively to be able, if it comes to that, to protect our citizens, our territories and our values. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is from Turkey, Hulusi Akar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Turkey is an integral part of the Euro-Atlantic security architecture and supports NATO's open door policy and the NATO-EU cooperation. Turkey should be regarded as a key actor contributing to the EU's common security and the defense policy. The EU should not neglect the obligations to fully involve the non-EU allies in its defense-related efforts. EU members must fulfill its commitments to remove obstacles to the export license, defense trade, and the investment among the allies. For example, the A400M planes, by which we used to deliver humanitarian assistance, humanitarian aid to Ukraine, could be used in conflict zones. Regrettably, however, some of our allied countries have suspended the export licenses, for instance, the aircraft engine lubrication systems to Turkey. With regard to the EU strategic compass, a more visionary approach is clearly needed. Because the current document reflects the maximalist claims of some members regarding the Eastern Mediterranean and the maritime boundaries, this document also risks making the EU a part of the problem rather than the solution in the Eastern Mediterranean and fails to steer the Union towards the right strategies. Furthermore, we find absolutely unacceptable that Turkey is listed among the challenges in the document alongside Russia and China. Turkey's position towards the EU differs clearly from that of China and Russia. Turkey is never ever a challenge to the EU. Just as I said above, it's a security provider in Europe and its neighborhood. Mass misdirection and the counterterrorism are just two examples of this. Also, please remember, we haven't recognized the Russian annexation of Crimea. In closing, we expect the EU to abandon this way of approach, which doesn't support the facilitation of deepening the EU NATO-relation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Akar. Next speaker is Marit Arnstad from Norway.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Norway welcomes the efforts to increase European defense capacity. European countries need to spend more on building up our defenses, and we also need to spend money more wisely to increase the return of investment on defense. We must ensure that all European efforts pull in the same direction. It is vital that the EU initiatives within defense continue to reinforce the European pillar of NATO. We must also ensure that there is no duplication of structures, no discrimination between allies, and no decoupling within NATO. Swedish and Finnish membership of NATO means that the Nordic countries are part of the same security alliance for the first time in 500 years. This represents a new era for Nordic security. It means that we can cooperate in all areas of defense. As a non-EU member, Norway is concerned about institutional barriers being created that could stand in the way for a new and strengthened cooperation between NATO allies.
Thank you. Next speaker is Raimons Bergmanis from Latvia.
Thank you, Chair. As we adopt the evolving security landscape, the necessity of viewing defense consideration into our infrastructure development is paramount. This approach is not just a strategic choice, it's a directive echoed in the EU strategic compass. The compass clearly identifies the development of strategic infrastructure that serves both civilian and military purpose as a crucial element of our collective security and defense efforts. Rail Baltic is a prime example of this military mobility priority. With Rail Baltic, we aim to finally link the Baltic states with broader Europe through a state-of-the-art railway system, which epitomizes the concept of dual-use infrastructures. Even more, we are building critical infrastructures which will accommodate and serve not only civilian travel and freight transport, but also will massively boost military mobility for the region. We will undoubtedly be seeing more military exercise happening in the region in order to enhance our collective defense, with Finland and Sweden joining NATO. The significant role of Rail Baltic extends beyond the immediate economic benefits. In the current geopolitical context, particularly in light of Russia's aggression in Ukraine, the project stands as a testament to our commitment to enhancing both our connectivity and security. It reinforces the idea that our infrastructure investment should strategically align with our defense objectives, serving as a backbone for both economic growth and military preparedness. Thank you.
Thank you. Maintenant, je donne la parole à Thibault François, s'il vous plaît, de la France.
Je vous remercie. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, General Admiral. 2 years after the onset of the conflict in Ukraine, we have too many victims. Emmanuel Macron has gone further and doesn't exclude sending European troops on the ground. This divides our European allies, Hungary, Italy, Slovakia, etc. No ally wants to send troops in order to avoid a direct clash with Russia. Even the US and NATO confirmed it. This is witness to a growing isolation on the international stage, but it's also a witness to the possibility of creating a common European army, but all the better because national interests are so divergent. So this declaration of the French president is a real threat to European security. No one wants it. My questions: how do you evaluate the credibility of this announcement of sending French troops, and how do you evaluate the risks of escalation?
Intervention is from Greece, Evangelos Apostellakis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dear delegate, the crisis management capacity of the EU is more than ever needed in order to better and efficiently react to the continuous threats the Union faces with regards to its common security and defence policy, has gradually moving from crisis containment to a more structural and long-term approach to global challenges. Greece welcomes the EU initiatives aiming to address and counter existing hybrid threats through the hybrid toolbox, the FIMI toolbox and the cyber diplomacy toolbox, respectively. However, have there been any recent developments regarding the inclusion of the instrumentation of migrants into the category of hybrid threats? Given the current geopolitical situation in the Eastern Mediterranean and the Middle East, as well as the policy of our neighbourhood country, Greece stressed out the need of incorporating the instrumentalization of migrants into the most prominent hybrid threats it encounters. Irregular migration from Turkey constitutes an issue of great concern. Its effects are felt not only in Greece, but in the most EU countries too. We also welcome the Belgian presidency commitment to fulfill any legislative gaps associated with the new European part on migration and asylum. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, colleagues, for the interventions. And there are a lot of questions, a lot of remarks. And now I will give the floor to our experts to give answers and to inspire us. First of all, je donne la parole à Madame Loiseau, s'il vous plaît.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will try to focus by regrouping the questions by topic. Many among you spoke, and rightly so, about Africa. We shouldn't say Africa, we should say Africa's. Every region has its specificity. Many among you regretted that Europe did not devote enough attention to African crisis. I can only join them. It is easier for certain leaders to speak about unequal treatment, but every continent thinks about war at its borders rather than war farther from its borders. We are all guilty. This is a matter of subjectivity according to our history and geography. Many among you called for a better integrated approach in our Africa policy. There cannot be development without security and good governance. Every time we wanted to treat those three pillars separately, we met with difficulties, we failed, and we didn't help the populations concerned. And when we help dictators, it's probably not the best way to help populations. Our Spanish friend thought that what happens to Mali was Europe's fault. No. And compare it with Ukraine is not relevant. We went to Mali because the Mali authorities asked us, and we left Mali because we were asked to leave. We helped Ukraine at their behest. In Mali, we did not just do some training. Not only was my own country present, but there were other European countries in the task force. But there was an effort from Russia through the Wagner Group to make us leave Sahel. We should not accuse ourselves. It is not because a junta opts for a cruel militia that we should take party for us. André Flao asked us how to make the right budgetary choices. Indeed, there are many challenges ahead. We did this during the Cold War. We didn't have no less urgencies, but when NATO speaks about 2% of our national income should go to defense, it is not a minimum. Now we have the war in Ukraine. We could do more in this respect. We should do more. Many among you spoke about the importance of cooperation between NATO and EU. I can only join them, and I hope that NATO will go along this way too. And indeed, we have many nice joint declarations, EU, NATO, but there's a lack of cooperation that is surprising when the Irini mission in the Mediterranean cannot dialogue with Sea Guardian because Turkey refuses it. This is no cooperation between NATO and EU. It's distrust between us. As long as those difficulties are not settled, we cannot go ahead, but we must. And the efforts of the EU when it comes to military mobility, it's not enough, I know. This is a good response to shared interests between NATO and EU. I am in favor of a military Schengen. The only thing that does not freely circulate, it is troops and military equipment. This is a paradox. Our Turkish colleague seemed surprised about our hesitations vis-à-vis Turkey. I read what President Erdogan says, and I'm surprised when he attacks some European leaders. Turkey sees itself as a candidate, but makes choices that are not appropriate. I do not like it when insults come from the mouth of a national leader. When it comes to President Macron's initiative, I will answer the representative of Rassemblement National. that he perfectly illustrates what I just said in my introduction, the meddling of Russia in Europe and the proximity of extreme right and Russia. Indeed, some are quicker to criticize President Macron than Vladimir Putin for his meddling in Europe. When it comes to escalation, it came from the Russian side from the very first day. Mr. François' party didn't want arms to be delivered, no heavy arms, no missiles. It would all be escalation. Actually, Mr. François' party wanted us to do nothing to help Ukraine. It's no surprise. It was a good idea not to listen to him. About his reaction to what the president says, I first listened to those in the know, military experts and those who are on the front line with Russia, the Baltic states and Ukraine, who congratulate President Macron.
Merci, Madame Loiseau. General Brieger.
Thank you, and I can concur with most statements here during this discussion. I understand there was no question directly put to me, but I would like to sum up with some procedures and necessities from my point of view. Yes, we have to have in the European Union eased procedures. We have to have a swifter decision-making process, and we have for the military sphere the necessity of a minimum military organization for command and control a growing number of missions and operations, and preparing a growing number of work strands in order to enhance European common defense and security policy. We need more pragmatism. We need incentives for member states to participate within exercises, to participate within operations and missions in the interest of the European Union. These incentives could be financial ones, but also could be the perspective of a better cooperation. I think decision makers should strive for a political agreement on a common strategy. Europe is a union of 27 sovereign states. It's clear that there are different angles you can look upon a problem, but it's also clear that there is now an overwhelming interest to identify common goals and to identify means and ways to become and remain a credible security provider. So beyond shared values, we shouldn't abandon. We have to identify our common interests, and we have to provide the means and the organization to protect these interests. Thank you very much.
Thank you, General Brieger. And the last speaker is Admiral Hoffman.
Yeah, well, very shortly, because a lot has been said. We realize that actually military is only one of the instruments of power next to diplomacy, economics, informational domain. But if you want to have an effect, if you want that it plays its role to reinforce, in fact, the EU role role that the EU wants to play in the world, you should develop indeed a strong and robust military instrument as well. I've been in the armed forces since very long. It was another century, but since the beginning I am absolutely convinced of the strength of cooperation. Since the beginning, I grew up in a navy which was integrated with another navy, and since many decades, I see all the benefits of what cooperation can bring. And in the last 10 years that I'm in a position to influence a little bit more, I advocate more cooperation for Europe defense in general. I think there is a lot of potential. I used to say also that cooperating doesn't hurt. It's just a question of attitude, political will, and go for it and act definitely. And there's no time to waste anymore. Thank you very much.
Wise words to conclude. Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes our session. Thanks to you all for your interventions, but also thanks to the three experts, and I will recommend to give them a warm applause. Now we are preparing for the next debate, an urgent debate on the situation of the Middle East. And David, the floor is yours. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah.
See you next time.
Tot ziens en
Ja,
succes.
So, good luck. Should we continue immediately?
Yeah, okay,
Yes.
perfect.
Fair enough. So, dear colleagues, since we are running late, already about 15-20 minutes, let's immediately continue. Distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, this session now aims at exchanging on the situation in the Middle East in relation to the European CFSP CSDP. If you wish to take the floor, you now should be familiar with the system, and if not, remember an instruction sheet on your table explains you how to register your request. So please feel free to already indicate whether you would like to take the floor. Colleagues, we don't have speakers for this urgent debate, which is traditionally decided at very short notice. It does not come as a surprise to anyone that we have chosen to discuss the situation in the Middle East. It is a highly important topic, but also a very sensitive one. I invite all of you to keep exactly this in mind. Before giving the floor to colleagues wishing to speak, let me say a few words by way of introduction on the worrying and very volatile situation in the entire region. In the morning of the 7th of October last year, we were all shocked by the despicable terrorist attacks committed by the terrorist group Hamas against Israel. In mid-December, I visited a kibbutz myself and was deeply moved. It was horrendous. Following the attack, Israel exercised its right to self-defense as enshrined and constrained by international law. This set in motion the Israel-Hamas war that all of us, I am sure, want to see coming to an end. Let me express my deepest sorrow for the innocent victims on both sides and wish that all parties must distinguish between combatants and civilians at all times. We will probably agree there is an urgency of breaking the cycle of violence, avoiding regional escalation and relaunching the peace process. The position of the European Union is clear. The position of the European Union remains one of unwavering support for a negotiated two-state solution on the basis of the 1967 lines, with two sovereign democratic states living side by side in peace and guaranteed security, and with Jerusalem as the capital of both states, and of course in full respect of international law. I believe there is no alternative to this, and I hope we can get the peace process back on track as soon as possible. One of the concrete ways in which we can help is an increased role for the two EU civilian common security and defence policy missions, the EU Coordinating Office for Palestinian Police Support and the European Union Border Assistance Mission for the Rafah crossing point. Both have the potential to do more in facilitating the delivery of humanitarian assistance to the Gaza Strip and in improving the efficiency of the Palestinian Authority in the West Bank. That's all from my side. I now open the panel to hear your views on this matter. The rules are similar than the one for former panel debates. You will each be allowed to speak for about 90 seconds so that many participants, the best would be everyone who wishes, can actually take the floor. That's all from my side, and now we kick off. Who's the first speaker? Mr. César Sánchez from España.
Dear colleagues, as you know, Spain has suffered the scourge of terrorism for decades. The speaker, we can hear him now. So we deplore all forms of terrorism. Also, the international community has called for the release of hostages. Israel, as a democratic country, must uphold democracy and human rights. What has happened must help us reflect, because our freedoms and our rights are never forever guaranteed, and we have to fight for them every day.
Okay. Thank you, dear colleague. Next is Javier Nart from the European Parliament.
We have an association agreement with Israel, and that is what we call soft power. But if we do nothing with that soft power, it means no power at all. What's happening in Gaza is not just about human rights. We're in the face of a true massacre. I'm not talking about the 110 Palestine people that were killed by the Israeli army, but also because of the famine, and also because of people that have been disappeared under the rubble, and that nobody lifts out of the rubble because Israel doesn't allow any kind of a system equipment to come in. The association agreement says that Israel must act according to democratic principles, and it doesn't do so. And we keep this association agreement calling on these two states to exist, which is impossible, because if we have a look at West Jordan, well, the first thing that we see is that land connections are impossible. Palestinian territory is being split apart. And we still say that it is a democratic state, even though it has a genocidal attitude towards everybody who is not a Jew. It's really outrageous. If we want our soft power to work, we have to suspend the agreement. We shouldn't just do wishful thinking. Thank you.
Thank you, Javier. Next is Markus Faber from the German Bundestag.
Thank you, Mr. McAllister. I think as the European Union, our message should be clear. We're standing on the side of Israel, the only democracy in the region. This is also true for Germany, obviously, especially for Germany. I think what we have seen during the last months is that the Hamas has not just taken the the people of Israel as a hostage, but also the Palestinians as a hostage. So there should be a clear message from here for the Hamas to surrender, to capitulate, and to release also the Israeli citizens as hostages, but also the Palestinian people that they have taken hostage by now. This should be one message. And the second message should be for the Arab nations to step up and take responsibility for the Palestinian people, because I think they have the only legitimacy to rule in the Gaza Strip and to get rid of the urgent troubles we have there. Thank you.
Thank you, colleague Faber. Next is Charlie Flanagan from Ireland.
At the outset, let me congratulate the organising committee for scheduling this urgent debate, and thank you, David, for your contribution. On the 26th of January, the United Nations Relief and Works Agency, UNRWA, which provides vital services for Palestinian refugees, announced the termination of contracts for several employees and an investigation into allegations of their involvement in the Hamas attack of the 7th of October. The allegations concern 12 people, while UNRWA has approximately 13,000 employees in Gaza. The Secretary-General of the United Nations has established an independent review group led by former French Foreign Minister Catherine Colonna. I think that should be supported by everybody here. In the days following these allegations, a number of states, again represented in this room, announced that they were suspending further funding to the agency. This is a retrograde step. UNRWA supports a huge amount of vital aid. I'm a strong supporter of UNRWA, and I believe it's important that it must be able to continue the life-saving work in Gaza. I call on partners here who have suspended funding to reinstate it. I recently met the Director General Lazzarini. He's cooperating fully with the review. I believe there is a real crisis there, and we should ensure that we can support it in any way we can. We must help.
Thank you. Next is Mr. Bagnasco from Italy.
Thank you, Chairman. We should condemn quite unequivocally the Hamas massacre. It's something quite unprecedented even in recent times. The Israeli state needs to continue living as it has done recently. At the same time, we must be very clear in saying that all democratic states must do their utmost at a diplomatic level to convince Israel to provide answers. And these answers should be clear. This is a moral obligation that the European Union, as a guardian of all of its values, cannot withdraw from. This is the clear message that I have derived from this meeting. We should condemn Hamas across the spectrum, but we also should put an end to these massacre of civilians. These are not to be tolerated anymore.
Thank you. Next is Tom van den Kendelare from the European Parliament.
Dank u wel, meneer de voorzitter. Hoge vertegenwoordiger Borrell werkt aan een vredesplan en een vredesconferentie met het oog op...
We are busy putting together a peace conference with the wish of bringing a sustainable solution to this conflict. We need broader outlooks. The peace initiative was discussed with the Foreign Affairs Commission. We said that we really want to work on this solution and convince the Palestinians to take it over the whole. It all boils down to the participation of the US. Is it the right approach? Such a solution, such a settlement can only be successful with the support of the international community. The conflicting parties ought to abide by this agreement. The international community have an important part part to play, but we cannot act in lieu of the stakeholders. We need to help kickstart the negotiation. It's better to start doing something than remaining aloof. But can the European Union have the support of the USA? We've just heard that the part to be played by the EU is important indeed. It's an important responsibility entrusted to our High Representative.
Thank you, Tom. Next speaker is André Flau from Belgium.
Thank you, Chair. First and foremost, I'd like to thank you, thank the organising for adding this emergency debate at the very end of our agenda. We could have added another session dedicated to Africa, for instance. Of course, we were dumbfounded by the attacks by Hamas. We condemned them, but we are also gutted, deeply gutted, when we see that on a daily basis, men, women and children are dying in the Gaza Strip, are starving. We were very severe, quite of right, condemning Russia when this country invaded Ukraine. But we're less prompt to condemn the right-wing government in Israel when it comes to condemning their actions that leads to the Palestinian people being kept prisoners in broad daylight, and all the presidents, De Croo and Michel, from the very start said that they were willing to take part in finding solution. Criticizing the policy of the Israeli government is not being an anti-Semite oneself. It's only criticizing a government that is flouting the international rules. There cannot be two standards or a double standard. We cannot remain silent in the face of what's happening in Eastern Congo when we're not very prompt to denounce Rwanda. Even the Commission has just signed up a convention with Rwanda aiming at helping the exploitation of minerals. You know that the mines are located on the Congo territory and not on Rwandan territory. Should we ask ourselves why some people or community no longer believe in Europe? Well, you have the demonstration of why they don't anymore.
Thank you. Next is colleague Mindruta from Romania.
Yes, thank you very much. It's clear that the situation the complex situation in the Middle East is concerning for all of us. It's clear that we need international coordinated effort that could lead to advancing durable peace in the Middle East when the conditions will allow it. The recurrent spiral of violence is constantly proving that a lasting peace needs a sustainable solution, and the only one viable remains the two-state solution, which is the only one that can meet the legitimate aspirations of the Israeli and Palestinian people and bring about a just and lasting peace. The post-conflict Gaza scenario that will be implemented should lead to the creation of a viable political horizon for the Palestinian people. We consider that both Gaza and West Bank, including East Jerusalem, should be governed by legitimate and representative Palestinian government. Thank you very much.
Mulțumesc, thank you. Next is Natalia Puzitreff from France.
Merci. Thank you. I'll be speaking in French. The French position has always been to endorse the two-state solution and to support it. Yet, I would like to speak with my heart on a personal note. The horror, the despair that inspire me, the attacks on women, the sexual abuse, the mutilations of women. I call for the EU to report those crimes as crimes against humanity committed by Hamas. And my prayers and thoughts go out to the hostages still kept by Hamas, and hopefully everything can be made for those hostages to be released. Thank you.
Merci, Madame. Next speaker.
Thank you, ma'am.
Gorgiadis from Greece. No, from Cyprus, sorry.
Cyprus, indeed. Chair, the first point is that Europe needs to become even more engaged in the Middle East. It is a region full of failed states, generating risks for our own security, for our own stability, from illegal migration, terrorism, even the disruption of maritime routes as we are seeing today. So we need the EU, through a much more efficient foreign and security policy, to remain engaged. A second point, calls on Israel for an immediate ceasefire should be matched by calls on Hamas to be disarmed, for Hezbollah to stop its own attacks, and for all hostages to be released. And thirdly, a two-state solution is indeed the only solution, but no such solution can be achieved if Hamas, Hezbollah, and other forces of fanatic Islamism continue to call the shots in this region, to the jeopardy primarily of the Palestinian people and the entire region. Thank you.
Thank you, colleague. Next is Ivana Posavec-Krivec. Molim.
Zahvaljujem. Kolegice I kolege, stanje na Bliskom istoku.
Thank you, dear colleagues. The situation in the Middle East is worrying. Croatia's stance is aligned with the stance of the European Union. And I want to say that we condemn the terrorist attack by Hamas and reiterated Israel's right to security and self-defense, but also to their obligation to observe humanitarian norms and international law. Taking hostages and deliberate attacks on civilians are serious violations of international law. As in any conflict, international humanitarian law must be fully respected in order to protect civilians, especially women and children. Croatia is included in all initiatives of urgent humanitarian aid to the civilian population in Gaza through international organizations. We continue to call for the immediate release of all hostages. Unhindered and safe access to humanitarian aid must be ensured, including through humanitarian corridors. In conclusion, my colleagues, Croatian members of parliament in Sabor, have several times gone to Israel and witnessed firsthand the consequences of Hamas attacks. We mustn't close our eyes. We have to find a solution, and we have to find the way out. Thank you.
Voila. Thank you very much. Next is our speaker, Kimmo Kiljunen.
Mr. Chair, you are right saying that 7th of October last year we witnessed a brutal terrorist act by Hamas. You're also right saying that Israel does have the right for self-defense and all the hostages should be released. At the same time, one war crime doesn't make other war crimes justified. This problem of violence didn't start at 7th of October. It's much, much more longer, decades, maybe even 1 century. We have witnessed a vicious circle of violence and retaliation in the Middle East. In Finnish, we have a saying, make revenge, dig 2 graves. Unfortunate that we are now witnessing. The problem is that in one territory, one area, 2 nations, Israelis, Palestinians cannot live together. 2 religions, Muslims and Jews, cannot as if live in the same territory together. We have obviously, as international community, since 1947 proposed 2-state model. How realistic is that today when both Netanyahu and Hamas both reject the 2-state model? Okay, 1 state. Let's live those two nations, two religions together in one state, and that will be a democracy. I think that's the conclusion. That's one of the options. Thank you.
Thank you, dear colleague. Next is Evangelos Apostolakis from Greece.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dear colleagues, beyond the war in Ukraine, the ongoing Gaza crisis in the Middle East and the rising tension in the Red Sea, we continue to face a hostile security environment and increasingly diverse threat landscape and heightened geopolitical competition. The ongoing Operation EUNAVFOR Aspides depicts EU determination to materialize common security and defence policy. Greece, along with other like-minded EU countries, had led the initiative towards that operation, not only by hosting the headquarters for the operation in Larissa, but also providing and deploying a naval asset in the area of interest, provided that we are the pillar of stability and security in the southeast region of EU borders and trying always to do the best towards a common security vision. However, the decision for the operation was based on the practical modalities on the Article 44 of the Treaty on the European Union that enables a group of willing and able member states to plan and conduct a mission or operation with the EU framework and thus provide greater flexibility and swiftness to our decision-making. How do we envisage and what initiatives are you willing to take in order to formulate a common strategic culture embraced by all, strengthen our unity and solidarity, and above all, enhance our capability and capacity and willingness to act together, protect our common interests and defend our value, and finally to make EU an effective and reliable security provider. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Aron Emilsson from Sweden.
Thank you, Chair, colleagues. And once again, a brutal war is taking place in front of our eyes in Gaza between Israel and Hamas, with severe consequences and a high amount of civilian casualties in the footsteps of the war. And I would like to make three remarks and stands during this session. One, let's not forget that Hamas started this ongoing war with a large-scale attack October the 7th. It was a declaration of war not only on civilians but also on the state of Israel's existence. But this conflict goes way back during history, as we know. And just a couple of days ago, I met with the State Secretary of Qatar, together with the Speaker of the Swedish Parliament, and was interested in hearing their key role during this, with this mediating role in the urgent regional disputes of the Middle East, not only when it comes to the ongoing war, but also the conflict the attacks on civilian trade shipping in the Red Sea. And I mean, the crucial point is that we need to see a ceasefire, we need to see a release of hostages, and we need an immediate entrance for the humanitarian aid in much larger scale than today into Gaza. It's central to save civilians' life and avoid mass starvation in the short term. But the long-term solution is still a two-state solution, but also that Hamas attack needs to be condemned and anti-Semitism fought internationally and globally, which is a growing problem. Thank you.
Thank you, colleague Emilsson. Next is Teresa Scavenius from Denmark.
Thank you. I support those who have the interventions here that say that we should approach this crisis in the same manner as those, the way we do in Russia and Ukraine. We should need to have the same moral standards. Every life that is matters. And this conference is about security, so it's really about understanding who are the aggressors and what escalates different crises. Hamas obviously is an aggressor, but Israel is also acting as an aggressor. So we need in Europe speak on behalf of moral and rule of law principles and condemn the actions and to end the human crisis in Palestine. Moreover, we should think about the way we tolerate the operations in Palestine today. It may also escalate the conflicts in the region. So it's really important that Europe is standing firm on the principles of international law in order to de-escalate the whole region and also global politics.
Thank you. Next speaker is Seda Güren Boluk from Turkey.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Chair. Dear colleagues, the world is split. There are those who want to support humanitarian rights and those who oppose humanitarian rights. Each international conference that takes place that has been taking place since the 7th of October, the massacre of innocent civilians is carried on, flouting the resolution adopted by the General Assembly of the United Nations. Not only bombs and attacks threaten the livelihood of the Gaza population, but the population in Gaza is starving. Humanitarian aid has been left at the Rafah checkpoint and could not be distributed to the Gazawi population. Hospitals are deprived of equipment. Hospitals are being bombarded. To the best of our knowledge, 7 children have starved in 1 week only. One of them is a 34-day infant named Mohammed. I'm naming him because just as all other civilians who have been slaughtered, this victim had a name and a first name. We know that the first decision of the International Court of Justice is positive. It has not been fully published yet, and yet those measures are of capital importance. In April 2023, during the sacred month of Ramadan, Israeli forces attacked Muslims in the Al-Aqsa Mosque and have arrested civilians. They denied access to Halal Sharif. In 1 week time, Ramadan time of 2024 will be started. This is a sacred month for all Muslim believers. Respecting each and everyone's religion and religious practices is a humanitarian right as well. This ought to be respected.
Enrico Borghi from Italy.
Grazie. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. What's at stake is fairly dramatic. We should be speaking the truth. If we want to speak the truth, therefore, we need to talk about something that worries us. Europe needs to become irrelevant in the Middle East. As we speak, Egypt, Qatar, and the United States have gathered to try and find a solution. Europe is not at that negotiation table. We haven't reformed the treaties. We are not able to take a leading role. We still don't have a European army. So we can continue talking about freeing hostages, imposing sanctions on Hamas, kickstarting the peace process. At the same time, however, we should avoid not to repeat what happened in my country in 200 before Christ. As Titus Livius used to say, he said that whilst in Rome we were discussing, Sagunto was burning. If we do not learn from history and reform our treaties, we risk to be talking while Gaza is burning. Thank you.
Thank you. Hulusi Akar is next speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The massacre perpetrated Israeli forces continues, and the death toll has reached over 30,000 people. Especially, we are deeply worried about the children killed in Ukraine and in Gaza. The number of the children in Gaza reached to the 13,000. And we must work together for an immediate and permanent ceasefire and ensure unimpeded humanitarian assistance to the people under Israel's total blockade. Lasting peace and stability in the region will be possible with the establishment of an independent, sovereign, and geographically contiguous state of Palestine based on the 1967 borders with East Jerusalem as its capital. The growing threat of expansion of the conflict is frightening. We are also extremely concerned about the Israeli forces' attacks on Rafah and the expulsion of the people from their own land. Any plan to forcibly transfer the Palestinian people is unacceptable. We are also concerned that some countries have suspended funding to the UNRWA following allegations against some of its staff. We called on these countries to reconsider and reverse their decisions. As Turkey, we are ready to contribute to the settlement of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict in every possible way, including a guarantor mechanism to facilitate the peace. Thank you.
Teşekkür. Thank you. Next is Carmelo Abela from Malta.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for bringing this subject for discussion. I do concur with your opening remarks as well. We all know that this is a long-standing issue, and unfortunately, we experienced escalation from time to time, including on what happened on the 7th of October, which we condemn and continue to condemn, but equally we need to condemn what's happening afterwards as well. We need to say loud and clear that all lives matter, irrespective of nationality, and the loss of lives should always be condemned. I think we are past the condemnation now. We need to see what is the way forward. And as a way forward, definitely there needs to be an immediate ceasefire. My country, Malta, as a member, a non-permanent member of the Security Council, led a resolution, 2712, for a lasting truce in line with the provisions of that resolution. I think the humanitarian assistance and aid should prevail now, but also, and I conclude, what about the way forward? I do concur with colleagues that already mentioned that the European Union needs to have a leading and relevant role in what is happening in the Middle East. We know what is the solution. You mentioned it in your opening remarks, dear David. And I think that we should push as Europeans towards the achievement of a two-state solution based on the pre-1967 borders. Thank you.
Thank you, Carmelo. Next is our colleague, Mr. Calovini from Italy.
Grazie. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In a few seconds, we have to talk about a hotly debated topic, such as what's happening in the Middle East. As was said, and quite rightly so, by someone before, was not something that started on 7th of October, but started a few decades ago. However, what we need to face now is misinformation too. We've talked at length this morning about misinformation as far as Russia and Ukraine are concerned. This, however, is something that cannot be ignored as far as the Middle East is concerned too. It is increases that somebody is trying to put Hamas and Israel on the same level. Hamas is a terrorist group, wants to put an end to a democratic state. Israel, with all its faults, should be respected as a country. Europe has, therefore, very specific tasks. It needs to start negotiating with Arab states that are trying to mediate. It also needs to make sure that the Abraham agreements are respected. It also must underline how the only way out is the two-state solution. Europe dealt with crisis well. It dealt with Ukrainian crisis well. It needs to be as much with the situation in the Middle East. Thank you.
Grazie. Last speaker is Mr. Corlațian from Romania.
Thank you so much, Chairman. Many have been said on this extremely complex, complicated, and dramatic situation in the Middle East. At my turn, I would like to just underline 2 or 3 issues very briefly. First, terrorism is terrorism. And what happened on October 7 when the Hamas terrorists killed, executed, raped, kidnapped people, innocent people, civilian people, and also because they were Jews. This is more than terrorist. This reminds us of the Nazi regime, and this should be firmly condemned. Secondly, the retaliation military operation from Israel that started based on the right of legitimate defense as consecrated by the UN Charter raised during the weeks important serious issues of international humanitarian law. Some of them, there are some explanations when we are thinking, for instance, to the fact that Hamas is using the innocent, even Palestinian people as a human shield. Hamas used, for instance, the Palestinian, the Romanian mixed families in Gaza in the first weeks as human shields, and we have direct reports. So very difficult for us to extract our mixed families from that region. But still, problems that have been said remain. But in the end, the solution is the two-state solution. And I will finish, Mr. Chairman, saying that the process of normalization of the relations that have been stopped on October 7th between Israel and Saudi Arabia and some other Arab states should be relaunched at the appropriate moment to give real chances for the peace process and for the two-state solution. Thank you.
Thank you, dear colleague. Thanks for all your contributions. I will not dare to summarize the debate. The idea of this open panel debate to an urgent topic is to get a feeling for the different opinions which are represented through different political parties in the room and also through all the member states and others. So I would just like to say in the end that I would like to thank all national parliamentarian colleagues and my colleagues from the European Parliament for today's contributions. Our session is now coming to an end. Our next and last session will take place tomorrow morning at 10 and will tackle the priorities of the CFSP, CSDP. Before that, at 8:45, there are meetings of the political groups which will be taking place here in this building on the 3rd floor. Thanks to our wonderful and very kind Belgian hosts, tonight we are all invited to a casual seated dinner in a historic brewery called De Halve Maan, which means the half moon. The location is in the city centre of Bruges. You can find a map and all the indications in your file. Please don't forget to bring your badge, name tag to get past security. So please bring your name tag and badge tonight. We are expected at 7 o'clock, so please be on time if you wish to be able to choose where you sit. Thank you all and have a wonderful evening.